Oh yes. Let's go. Okay.
And people and they don't want to like fight the WL community. Also, Aiden's fan base is like very active and very evil, so maybe they don't want to get on the bad side of that. So that might be one part of it. A second part of it might be them not following or knowing anything about my personal life. So when he's like asking questions about like my breakup or my ex-wife or like cuck jokes or whatever, people think that's just like kind of a meme or who cares. And then when I make the Muslim jokes on him, people think it's like the worst thing in the world because I'm like being Islamo fascist phobic or whatever the fuck, maybe. So they feel like him coming back on me and just like calling me a fag like 20 times in a row. You 40-year-old, like Jesus Christ. Maybe they felt that was fair. I don't know. That was kind of wild. That was funny. He like completely fucking snapped after I poked him in like two vulnerable spots. The Aiden, the Andrew Tate thing and the view potting thing. He like broke completely. Did you have beef with him prior to that? He was coming for you from the start. No, we didn't have any beef. Actually, our last conversation was pretty friendly, but he's like not enough of a person to have strong opinions about anybody. He probably just follows the winds of his audience. So, and I'm sure Sneeko was probably texting him like, "Oh, ask Jesse about this or whatever." So like, yeah. Then he pouted like a child the rest of the podcast. Yeah, I'm guessing because I'm
We should
guessing that
watch
because
that.
of um sorry. A guess. This is just a guess. I don't know. I have to, yeah. Um, the the guess is that fuck. I just read four different things and I responded to two of them, and now I click this stupid fucking link in chat. Um, what did I say? He follows like the winds of his audience. He doesn't do much. He'll probably just shit on me for. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. It feels like I could be making this up, but it feels like he is not used to getting pushback because so many people will suck up to him because he's a famous streamer. That's my guess, but I could be wrong on that too. Maybe he does get a lot of pushback from other people, but yeah, that's like a guess. He's not used to having anybody like actually push back for real, and as soon as I did that, he like basically lost his mind, which is kind of sad. I hate it when fucking people, especially like him, do this because it might have been like a fun convo. Like if he really wanted to go back and forth, I got a million Muslim jokes, I got a million Jew jokes for Aiden Ross, I've got a million fucking botting jokes, 10-year-old fan joke. I got so many different jokes that I could have used. It would have been really fun to run back and forth, but it's kind of boring when the other person just calls you like a faggot cuck like a million times. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what. um, yeah, I mean, like, okay, if you want to say the same insults over and over again, right? You see how far them white jokes get you. we can do 8 Mile, and I'll just fucking use a whole bunch of new shit against you. Yeah, but I don't know, it's cringe. I think. He said someone texted him not to talk while you were there, and then right when you left, he started talking shit again. Then after you came back, everyone was quiet again. Yeah, because I think that there were people probably texting him saying it was. I doubt it was a manager saying, "Don't like do this. It's not good for your brand." It was probably either Sneeko or other friends texting him saying like, "Hey, you look really bad and unhinged right now. You need to calm the fuck down and chill because you look like a clown." So he probably decided to shut the fuck up and chill, and then claim that it was like a sponsor or some bullshit. Yeah. He also claimed he had to go somewhere, but as soon as you left, he stayed for the rest of the pod. Yeah, he's just a fucking coward. Yeah. Um, why do you assume Aiden was in comms with Sneeko? Because aren't they friends and they chat? And like these guys are always like texting each other, like all these people whenever they're on shows and shit. So. safety. 10-year-old attention span is usually pretty short, but obviously I don't want to tempt it that much. XXC practically begged you to stay, but you failed him. I had other shit that I wanted to do, and also it did feel kind of weird. Again, fuck me. Okay, boundaries. So let me say this, okay, because I'm not like crying about it, but I'm literally sitting on a podcast with this loser fucking piece of shit, like smiling and grinning into his phone as like my family members are getting spam phone calls, as pictures of my kid are being posted on his community. That's not just a random community on Twitter. That is Aiden's community. He's a mod there, and he's got other mods posting like pictures of them with like Glocks or guns in their lap, you know, saying I'm gonna go and find Destiny and shit. And it's like that. It just feels weird. Like, why am I gonna sit here and play nice and pretend that like this is anything when yeah, when this is like really weird that this guy's like sitting here as his fan base of 10-year-olds are actually. And then also when I came back, he literally defended. He's like, yeah, you should get doxxed. You should, like, really, my family? That's unhinged, bro. Yeah, that was cringe. If X wanted me to, if X wanted to hang out with me, he should just come earlier when the show started.
You carry the mark
Yeah.
of the fates. If they champion you, they must see it.
What'd you take last night? Oh, just MDMA. Nick Merckx and others echoed that Aiden got to be better than that, and then he conceded. Yeah, but I don't even like the phrasing of that. I haven't seen the clips, and I don't want to because I don't want to get like more upset than I already am about how dumb that was. The idea of them saying like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man. Like, I'm the one that started it. Like, he's the one that got his feet in the mud first, and I just decided to roll around, you know, with him in it, and I'm fine with that. But then for them to be after, like, Aiden, you gotta be the bigger man, bro. You gotta like stand up to the, like, don't just, what the fuck? What do you mean the bigger man? This guy's the child that already fucking started this entire fight. Why the fuck would I care? What do you mean be the bigger man? He's a fucking loser. Like, and he always has been a loser. He probably always will be a loser. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's because he's a big content creator and people are soft to big content. Oh, I'm getting to be a bigger content creator too. But I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It's cringe. I think it's cringe. But I think Aiden should go take a trip to Canada. Yeah. Train did both sides start too. Yeah, because Train just wants like peace between people and shit, you know? Did you see the new Kanye rant that dropped? Yeah, I saw like 2 minutes of this. Just Kanye being Kanye. I don't care. Just, yeah. XQC said unleash the goons on Destiny, then later said they didn't want to mess with DGG. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. 600 comments from 4 hours ago. Wait, really? Unavailable. Okay.
There is no.
True. Fucking true. Check the clip of you apologizing and listen to the aftermath.
The more you take from.
Oh, this was 2 hours ago. Nice. Destiny apologizes to Aiden Ross.
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first though, so that we're cool? Because I
Yeah,
don't want to leave
apologize,
bad
because the
terms.
shit you said about the Moscow was kind of fucked
It
up.
was. It was fucked. I'll apologize for that. I don't know if you can hear me.
Wait, who said it was kind of fucked up? Oh, Tifu.
Might have
might
me
have.
muted right now. I'm not sure.
Aiden, you ever muted?
I don't know if there's gonna be a real one.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Listen.
Look at him acting like he's like so disinterested. He's so cool. And like, fuck. I actually considered for a split second squashing it, but then like when I saw the way he was acting, I was like,
Aiden, we had that conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we could do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
See, I
true and based. Myth calls you a rat after you leave. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have mentioned that like his community's been doxing me for literally like the past hour or two on. Yeah, fuck him. I don't care. Watch right after. How do I see from right after? Fuck. Is there a way to go to that time in the VOD? I don't know how to do it. Sorry. Here's the.
No,
clip
I need an
right
attack.
after.
You might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
Aiden, you ever.
The best thing we can do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. you. Bye.
See, I
Jesus
fucking snipped it out from that.
we
I
thought it
snipped
was
it out from the
gonna-
rat. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot.
Send the goons.
Yeah, bro, I
Send the
called that
goons
shot
after
5
him,
miles
Maiden.
away,
I
bro.
don't know what you were expecting.
Come on, man. Listen, that shit's not gonna be real.
All right. Well, Aiden, if he missed it, he did say he was
I had
sorry.
hope,
You
bro.
have full permission.
He apologized.
Do whatever you. Yeah, that was fucked up. I did not. I should have known better, but I did not.
Bro,
think that.
Train, I don't care.
This is such a pussy move. Fuck, I don't like that Train, he always does this thing where he's like, oh yeah, all these big streamers were getting vote. Train is just as guilty of it as a lot of other people though. Like when it comes to like sucking up to big streamers, it's super cringe. It's so fucking cringe. Like everybody will treat Aiden, and I hate Aiden too. It's like pretty girl syndrome where everybody treats you with kid gloves because they don't want to like piss you off because they're trying to simp for you. It's so cringe. Oh my god.
Now I can actually
I
talk.
think that's just Destiny's way of just saying I love you, right?
Like, look at that. Now I can actually talk. Why couldn't you talk before, pussy bitch? Like, or if you didn't want to fight with me, why the fuck are you, like, ragging on my relationships and everything? Like,
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. Yeah. He's a complicated
Wait,
guy.
can I
really
talk
good way to
now?
look at things, man.
Can I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little fucking bitch about it.
true.
No, I actually got text to Nick. I couldn't say anything. Couldn't talk.
No way.
Bullshit.
Him and fucking Destiny were.
Oh my god. He believes it right off the bat. I don't believe it. Yeah, fuck Aiden. Jesus Christ. What a good podcast. So many clips. Don't forget you went back on after this. Oh, to talk about the doxing shit? Yeah, I don't know. And then he's like, I can't control my community, even though he's literally the moderator of that community, which means he can literally control that community, but... Matt Walsh made a video on you? Oh, is every single person in the Daily Wire gonna make a video on my relationship? Do I get a Candace Owens one next? Jesus. I'm trying to think of what else I have. I'm trying to think if I should take a nap. I don't know if I can take a nap now that my vibe is. There's some Irish organization that wants to talk at 6. It's in 3.5 hours over some shit. Myth was bowling at your jokes. Oh, I didn't even see the response. It felt like people got quiet. Maybe they were laughing quietly. I don't know.
LGBTQ rights or economic stability? LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Why can't you have both? You need to pick one. I refuse the question. You can't refuse the question. I can. But you can. But I did. But you need to pick one. No, I don't. I just said you did. So what? Pick one. No, because there was two. No. Only one. I don't have to pick one because you can have one. The answer is both is not an answer. It's not a valid answer. I reject your question. You can't reject it. I just did. Can you pick one? I don't have to. Why? Because they're both. So LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Well, that's not an answer. Yes, it is. LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Both. Are you trying to troll me? No. I'm just wondering which one you like more. I like them both. You can't have both. Yes, you can. Not in this question. Do that. Why are you trolling me? Because I don't have to choose. Alright, what if I had to ask you gender inclusivity or economic stability? You can have both. Why make this so difficult? Past my mind. Too bad. Which one do you pick? I pick them both. That's not a valid answer. Too bad.
The Irish-Palestinian Solidarity Campaign. At 6 EST. That's what we're talking about. is the last scheduled start I have, or last scheduled convoy I have for the Israeli-Palestinian arc.
Oh, I'm about to get toasted.
Venezuela just voted yes in a referendum to take over a huge chunk of land from its neighbor, Guyana, in a dispute that's been going on for more than a century.
Oh wait, actually, I'm sorry. I have one more of these debates set up, and it's on the 17th with Jank. That should be interesting. Let's see how that goes.
We are working around the clock to ensure that our borders remain intact and the people in our country remains safe.
Tensions are high. There are even fears of a military confrontation. So how did we get here? This is Essequibo, recognized by the international community as part of Guyana, making up 2/3 of that country's territory. But Venezuela claims it's actually the rightful owner.
There is very little controversy that Venezuelans agree that that territory belongs to them. However, potentially inaccurate it is.
Essequibo is bigger in size than England or Greece, mainly thick jungle, but also home to about 125,000 people.
Canada has 10 provinces. Guyana has 10 regions. The Essequibo encompasses 6 of those 10 regions.
Essequibo is also rich in resources. In 2015, massive oil reserves were found just offshore, intensifying the standoff.
I'm so curious how they determine like who owns these. Like how far do the waters from Essequibo or Guyana, I guess you'd say Guyana, like count? Like if this was like 100 miles more offshore, who gets to claim that oil? Or like why doesn't Venezuela get to come up here and like milkshake it all? Yeah.
Gold is there. Manganese.
What's that, 200 miles?
Bauxite is there. Uranium is there. Precious metals is there. The oil is there.
Venezuela argues that Essequibo was part of it under Spanish colonial rule, but the territory was also claimed by the British who ruled Guyana. An international tribunal in 1899 decided in British Guyana's favor, but Venezuela called that decision fraudulent. In 1966, there was the Geneva Agreement to revisit the dispute, but there was still no resolution. In 2018, Guyana asked the International Court of Justice to settle the matter once and for all. But that decision is still likely years away. Enter Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, campaigning hard ahead of the referendum.
Nosotros estamos resolviendo por la vía constitucional, pacífica y democrática, el poco imperial de 150 años.
But observers say the vote over Essequibo is just as much about domestic politics.
It has several objectives, and I think the most important one is to rally behind a sort of nationalist sentiment.
Maduro is under pressure. Years of economic and political crises, food and medicine shortages have made life in Venezuela very difficult. Presidential elections are set for next year. If they're free and fair, like the international community is demanding, analysts argue Maduro would likely lose power. Stirring up a geopolitical crisis, they say, may be his way of trying to hold on.
Having an excuse that could unite the Venezuelan people around a leader and around its armed forces, for example, to either bar candidates from participating or from potentially even, postponing the elections.
And any attempt at actually annexing Essequibo, experts say, would be too risky.
There are too many geopolitical risks for Venezuela. too many risks for Maduro's stability if he were to annex. He's hoping that by pressuring Guyana, Guyana will succumb to this strong desire that Egypt has for a bilateral deal that will give them something.
Still, concerns are growing over a possible military conflict. Guyana.
Do you think Hassan would end up defending Venezuela? Even from the little bit I've heard, yeah, it sounds like lefties would 100% defend this. Because it's, yeah.
Has hosted American soldiers helping to train its military. The country's president was at a flag raising over the Essequibo jungle ahead of Venezuela's vote, urging Venezuela to stay away. Neighboring Brazil has sent troops to its borders with Venezuela and Guyana, trying to deter any escalation. It's unclear what Venezuela's next steps will be, but the International Court of Justice ordered it not to do anything that would further upset the status quo.
So he didn't, but he also chimed with the USA bad takes. Oh, maybe he's being a little bit more cautious because of everything that's happened last time. So, wait, what is this? Digital gift cards. Is this like an arrow? When you buy a digital gift card, what do you discard? Where does it go? Email? Okay, give me a minute, I need to wake chill. Back to your babysitter. Maybe you'll finish this today. To make We're back.
And date of the wedding, they, on their own and without my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch of sick-headed, mentally ill, yes, if you try to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally ill, individuals trying to destroy someone they've never met and have zero personal relationship with. It's disgusting and disturbing. For those who are finally seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several years, all that they did to me since I moved to Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it? So please, don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one, and let's keep stuff positive moving forward. Everything else is just white noise that we can block out. While Phil is correct about many of the things said here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twitlonger. During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members if anyone had any knowledge of these swatting attempts, and they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserving of that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past were disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went on in that group at the time. When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no hard feelings, I can only blame myself. Whenever things like this happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was, at best, indifferent. At worst, people, including Almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the detractor community, saw it as generic and, simply put, damage control, with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret-keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing. But he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW, which is obviously impossible to be true. Just get a Civic, okay? But Phil's financial situation became exponentially worse when apparently someone, presumably one of his detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all of the back taxes Phil had accumulated, he did back-to-back live stream fundraisers on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally, his birthday is in April, right around the same time taxes are due in the US. During this time, he held an impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time getting a little over $400. By this time, Phil promised to not bring up his taxes anymore due to the amount of ridicule he was getting from both his fans and haters. Later, Phil confirmed he managed to pay off his taxes for the state of Washington, with only his federal taxes remaining. Only problem is his federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs to over 1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of, as his standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that the grand total he needed to raise was actually $17,000, as to cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 2018 rolled around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was hit, it turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediately hit when a user donated a whopping entire $1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious in nature, more so a manifestation of Phil's lack of communication skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting people to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that it would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Bruno wanted to see him play. Phil thanked him very much for his generosity and eventually said he would buy it and play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this caused some commotion, and Bruno tried to get his money back upon discovering that Phil wasn't going to play what he had gotten paid for. The more generous members of the chat deduced that since his PayPal was connected directly to his extremely overdrafted bank account, the money got swallowed up by Phil's debt before he could do anything with it. Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of October. Later that same night, a post was made on Phil's forums titled, "DSP pocketed my $20 for a game." It read, "I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just gonna go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyways because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again." Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to "Entitled Moron Tries to Fraudulently Report DSP for Something That Didn't Happen. The Thread." Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, "So you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, "Man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors." Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because, one, you have your money back feedback. 2, I haven't violated any rules or anything. 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein / Astral Chain after I've repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games right now. The subject literally never came, but you're a gullible idiot who apparently believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then, and you can say goodbye because I certainly don't need entitled, toxic people trying to ruin my life and my business over $20 because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account
This is just Destiny's stream, by the way. He's babysitting
and if that
it.
doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at least. If I thought Phil was as fit as the post I apparently made, why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2 years? I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life was surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6 hours over $20. The real DJ Runo attached a print from his PayPal to prove it was actually him. Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100 grand or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely did not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account to pay his debt off. Now, what could they possibly mean by this? As early as late 2014, Phil made posts on his forum about his addiction to mobile games, such as, I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given, that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how much money that account had spent in the game over the years. And the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers who don't know how much like things cost, 40 grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time, pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper, show me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you.
On top of a few other wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
You're filing for bankruptcy, but the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy is because you dumped $40,000 into a game called WWE Champions. You stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE Champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing, Phil misconstrued a question about his purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE Champions. Soon, a detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one by one, which was something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his Champions addiction. However, the detractor was caught, as his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poisoned? Without time's hour.
Why am I toxic? Damn, Lady Justice, you looking fine?
Sheffield, do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually he'll simply be too old to work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil is entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people, affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few of DSP's watchers were responsible for most of the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSPs, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil's streams altogether. While the pay pig privilege lasted for a good few months, eventually it did get to the point where the mods decided Tut had to go. Once he was banned, he became furious and demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made. This attempt at getting a refund was neglected by Phil, and Tut proceeded to file a fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back. The thing is, PayPal is so broken that this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along, and he was a secret detractor, so much so that he supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans floundered, but there's no way to know who's telling the truth in this situation. But while Tut's case is a clearer-cut situation, there's another case where Phil took out some of his anger at one of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it. Swaggins, another one of DSP's whale followers, gave a tip to Phil on how to beat one of the bosses in the Resident Evil 2 remakes, only for Phil to misconstrue it, blame him, and lash out. As a result of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon after, Swaggins found himself extremely annoyed when Phil relapsed back to his old ways of complaining about a game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said,
Sekiro's not an easy game.
Swaggins is just
pretty
mad
stupid
that he
for
told
that
me to do
one,
something
Phil.
wrong during Resident Evil 2 and got blown up for it. Then that I plain don't like the combat in Sekiro, and he's so hurt by that. So he was a fair weather friend who wanted to mod when I agree with him, but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap. Swaggins also had a response in order. Stupid kitty stuff. As you say all the time, the world is in black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much, spent so much time trying to help moderation, only to be shown disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses, the I did nothing wrong mentality, and general toxicity have driven me away, and I no longer wish to be a part of it. You say all the time that you're open to the opinions of others, but when it doesn't align with yours, you dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it. Sekiro is an example of that. My time is valued elsewhere. Twitch should be a place to escape problems, not listen to someone else's. The amount of money talk has been such a turn-off and will not help with long-term growth. Many have contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day. Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him. Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet, in a saga so perplexing and coincidental that it inadvertently ushered in a DSP renaissance, all thanks to a vest. While reacting to an old DSP video from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he conceded. Upon a cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on. For a moment, fans and detractors alike united to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals, and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch. He started monetizing the vest as much as he could, setting it as a reward if he hit a specific amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100 consecutively in a brief period dubbed the vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29 days. Unfortunately, disaster struck, and Phil came down with an ear infection that made him unable to stream. To notify his fans, he said, "All bad news. I've come down with a bad ear infection causing excruciating pain. I can't stream when it feels like I have a knife in my ear. I'll update everyone later today on how I'm doing. Sorry. I've had it for days but didn't say a word about it, hoping it would just go away. It did not. It got horribly worse." While this seems inoffensive on its face, the actual disaster came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story. Meanwhile, detractors were pointing out that hiding his ailments was something Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless, despite the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick, eventually hitting a milestone of 73 days with the vest. This meant DSP earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak. But, lo and behold, it still stood. The vest streak bravely marched forward onto the 100-day mark, which Phil referred to as the Vestival. He also revealed that if another goal was hit, he would put on yet another hideous vest, this one a shiny silver, which he dubbed Platinum DSP. The streak raged on for another 50 days before, finally, DSP mentions that it was starting to become a lot harder to hit the tips goal and to put on the accursed DSP vest. This was a few weeks after Phil was hit by PayPal with $800 worth of chargebacks, so as you can imagine, he got a little desperate. At this point, Phil's scheme was becoming irkingly transparent. There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil coming close to guilt-tripping his audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely positive, the vest was being absorbed into the general dark cloud of DSP's debt-mongering and e-begging. More time goes by, and as DSP was approaching the 200 mark, an anonymous user would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him onto YouTube. Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that only now, with the vest's aid, was he able to start sleeping soundly at night without worrying about his unpaid bills. From his point of view, everything was on a turnaround for him. By day 250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil, this time wearing a valet uniform. For some reason, it was only after 276 days that the streak came to an end, as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario in the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30 grand by playing video games with a vest on for 9 months. He becomes extremely upset at his audience for not keeping the streak alive, but ultimately he accepts that it's over.
Because there was a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why people did that, but that's going to be, this is it. This is literally the end of the stream. I told you guys I couldn't go late tonight. So this vest streak is about to end. And unless we get a tip right now at the very tail end of the stream, and there's no time for a vest, the stream is over. So unless we get something right now, this is it.
However, what wasn't over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder, what did he do with that nearly 30 grand he made off of the vest streak?
What happened to the vest streak money? It went to pay for stuff, genius. Bills, back taxes, like it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here. What do you think it did? Oh my God, it was so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot from bills and back taxes to a tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed for much of his following that he didn't change even a bit in regards to how he handled his money. Phil's online inner circle would be rocked when a mod named Anonymous leaked the logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021. Anonymous, who had worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark side, removing himself as a moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Q-Dubs before
Wait, why would he say join the dark side when the dude's name is literally Darkside Phil?
I never doxed anyone.
As you heard, Phil claimed he had never doxed anyone. However, documented history tells quite a different story.
Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations, you f***ed up.
Anonymous's leaks didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly because it was already destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating stuff in there that the detractors didn't already know about. Anonymous eventually revealed the reason he turned on Phil, saying the greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017, I was a mod for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to mocking me for something that happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P-word. I timed them out for the rest of the stream. Phil was bombarded with emails complaining about me being a bad mod. He panicked, threw me under the bus, talked poorly about me behind my back to the troll, and removed me hastily. I emailed him and let him know what happened. His response was that he believed me fully, and I was still absolutely in the wrong. He reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused, and that I have to keep that to myself. He refused to restore my mod status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns out, the mod Discord server was just the tip of the iceberg, as Anonymous released a plethora of information that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost legally obliged to say, no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went directly to the private moderator Discord server and desperately tried to establish what had happened while he was live streaming. Because of the trolling today, I ventured onto the farms. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They're saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging all this on the belief that I had a falling out with Anani based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel, lol. So whoever this is apparently impersonating him to get me to think it's him and get rid of him. Soon it dawned on Phil that he was being fooled, and Mouse was indeed the leaker. He proceeded to confront him in the server. At Anonymous, are you still sitting on detractor streams talking about me? Because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from every possible direction that you're actually trying to cause cause drama for me. They are also saying that both Anonymous and at King Goken talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it matters, that leaked a year ago, but somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge? Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense, were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of the steam off of Mouse's expose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video, I cannot seem to rid myself of these people. When asked why he was following zoo accounts, Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them, the same reason he follows everyone. He added, "Bruh, I'm a furry. We buy and sell exact replicas of animal genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do." Members of the Kiwi Farms would not take kindly to the revelations regarding Anonymous' supposed predilections. Anonymous is into zoo stuff and likes stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff what you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Reprobates like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper wanting to F fur babies and a zoophile are the people that detractors look up to. His attempts to apologize for what he describes as tantamount to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by members who believed it totally insufficient for the extent of his actions. People pointed out that first he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when an example was brought up, he acted like that was the only time it ever happened. The chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared to try and justify his actions, saying the following: "I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away for the prior month was to reflect and start getting help. It's hard to make it clear how deeply I regret my actions without fixating on how it'll be perceived. Whether wording it the wrong way will sound disingenuous or make it sound like I'm downplaying everything or turning it into an emotionally manipulative pity party by oversharing my issues, etc. I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. It's pathetic trying to hang on like this. I'm sorry for everything I've been called out over. I should have done that first and foremost. This false confidence in my return is blatantly motivated by desire to save face. I deleted my other accounts that deprived me of access to my terminally online life and forced me to get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back to either chase clout or lolcows for cheap ego boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms. My only other option is changing my password to a randomized string and logging off forever." And so he did, as his account has been inactive since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in August of 2022 and quickly was archived by users seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his livelihood. Twitch terminated his partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him, despite detractors pointing out that the partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time. Honestly, even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. The official reason was that Phil had allegedly said a hateful slur at one point during a stream. While Phil reacted to the partnership termination in a pretty angry way, bringing up US law as if it had any relevance to the situation, Twitch eventually decided to lift his channel suspension and acknowledge that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had a grudge against Twitch and was already in the process of moving his operation over to YouTube. Funnily enough, in May of 2021, despite refuting the allegations of hateful language in his content, Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September, hackers were able to socially engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his that was available, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors, and most prominently Tevin, were right all along, and Phil aggressively aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations, while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that perhaps the most damning piece of information on him ever was now public. Now comes the end of 2021, and Phil decides to make some changes to his content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined his career, appearing on merchandise, his own forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an archive. However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding was that Phil only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical. Despite Charlie saying the same things many people had said before, that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging, Phil took the opportunity to do a Boogie 2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after a detractor, Dayglow Hour, posed as a professional video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use to lure his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later, however, the strikes were cleared and his channel was back to its original state. Attempts to mess with Phil's income didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user named MusicMouse7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold statement.
But I hate the...
So began the chain of events that ultimately led to Phil's termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company, telling them his tips page became a 404 and asked if it's all related to mass reporting that took place regarding the TF2 incident. The following day, Phil opened up a link directly to PayPal for all stream donations, and now he has to manually manage his PayPal account and the donations sent, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy, adding the disclaimer, "No refunds," to his account. Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil continues to use it to this day. In addition to taking this L, it seems DSP was breaking his promise to not play WWE Champions anymore.
The quality of the video is a little poor, but if you are familiar with the game, you can make out what is on Phil's phone. This is the Brawl feature within the WWE Champions application game.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new. He raged, begged, and guilt-tripped his audience over lack of donations while playing Elden Ring, called his audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable activities. The most recent major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred online personality Adam Krigler and creator of the Screw Attack video game network, Craig Skitsiness, otherwise known by his online pseudonym Stuttering Craig. And they'd be interviewing the one and only Philip Burnell. As he always does given the opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations of detractors, and like every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very familiar, such as him essentially admitting that he gave his viewers no value back for what they donated to him. However, some were novel. During the stream, the topic of WWE Champions came up, and Phil instantly became a nervous wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it and effectively pressed him on the topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that the WWE Champions account that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on the game wasn't his. All he had to do was show his account to a neutral third party that could verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so, and preferred to stick with his theory that a detractor of his spent that money just to frame him and incriminate him, which further solidified his guilt.
You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you, and you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially, between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WB account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing. I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see exactly what's the risk. You know.
Another topic covered during the podcast was DSP's interactions with Keemstar, the official side character of every lolcow story, apparently. You just see he has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama with him over the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lolcow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast, We will call it the Lolcow Podcast.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on principle and sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This is some kind of like a big project you want to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in the DM. We got to have a phone call. Okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay? I wait, the call never comes. It's been like 2 days, the call never comes. He's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on stream. He starts calling me when I'm on stream. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50 donation to the stream, saying, Phil, nobody cares about your history at Keemstar. Why are you above a 50K sign-on bonus for a podcast, but will ask for tips for groceries the next day? It makes no sense. Viewers began to speculate that the real reason was actually that Phil didn't need the money as much as he pretended he did. Eventually, Keem himself joined the podcast, and the two went at it for an hour or so, getting very little resolved in the process. The aftermath of the stream resulted in only more derision between Phil and the members of the Side Scrollers. The day after the now infamous interview, the group uploaded a discussion called Dark Side Phil Aftermath, where they went over how the DSP episode went. Due to them being honest about what they thought of Phil's responses to the more pressing questions, such as the WWE Champions fiasco, the discussion prompted him to say they betrayed him and described the podcast negatively. While he addressed the Aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the Lolcow podcast due to his inability to answer important emails in a timely manner. In another instance, Keem said, I have set up interviews with DSP's family and friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Apparently, unlike him, they like money. Keep in mind, DSP totally unprovoked talks ill about me when I was retiring. I barely even knew him, and he doesn't know me. After that, he was hurting for money, so I offered him $50K for a podcast job, and he disrespected me again. After that, I had a peaceful chat with him on Side Scrollers pod that settled the beef. 24 hours later, he was talking smack about me again. After that, he tried to steal my podcast idea. So I don't want to hear that I'm harassing him. I'm simply responding. When Keemstar announced he arranged interviews with members of his family, DSP responded saying he didn't care since he had no contact with any of his family besides his parents. So Keem would get biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends. But he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone. You wanna know why? Because so many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry, we're in it for the best of intentions. You know, we're here to do this or that. And, you know, then what happens, right? And it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 77 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023, DSP celebrated his 15th anniversary of being a content creator on YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos from the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of subpar content. It's hard to even believe it got to this point. Unlike other lolcows who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking accountability for. He's not extraordinary whatsoever, and that's precisely the appeal. Disliking him isn't a race, it's a fucking marathon. His detractors will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every e-bag, every insult to the audience, it adds up to the phenomenon known as pignosis, the inability to fully stop following what Phil is up to. DSP is like McDonald's, where you know you're getting a bland, kind of soggy experience, but every once in a while you just find yourself coming back, okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content creator and got addicted to it, and no matter how much negative attention or debt his attachment to his online personality incurs him, he keeps on going. Phil is not destined to be an online personality. He doesn't have the talent, he doesn't put in the effort, he has no skills, and yet every single day he's struggling against fate itself by not giving up. He's a Let's Player who's bad at games. It took 3 years after it was already the norm for him to start doing direct capture and has never hired an editor in his life. He doesn't behave responsibly in the face of negative consequences or his inability to manage his professional life whatsoever. He defaulted on over $100,000 worth of debt that he took out on credit cards so that he could pay his taxes, even though he knew his taxes were just going to continue to accrue, and he truly has no hope of paying them. But he simply does not stop. DSP is like Albert
Perfect timing.
Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus. He doesn't have what it takes to perform his task, but he's going to continue trying regardless. The struggle itself toward being a content creator is enough to fill his heart for the time being. One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
Yo, homie, ain't gotta be so serious. $20 flat. Alright, cool.
Turn up the heat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, Dad. Faded, faded, faded. Nothing. How dare you?
curse is that, yo?
Let him feel the
Yo, come on, man. Ain't gotta be like that. The sign of the lizard, yeah. Can I get some gloves up in this bitch? Oh yes. Ooh, shit. My bad.
Hello? Is he here? It's the 15th, lads. It's time to ask him if he's gonna play D&D.
I don't really care for what's.
I'm a caller, shot caller. Move to Seattle. I'm interviewing with Wizards of the Coast, so we'll see.
Mr. Moon?
The store.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
You're my-
This is so fucking.
My bad. How's married life, man?
Life's good.
Are you gonna do a subathon this year?
Nope. I'm done streaming.
What?
Yep.
What
Fuck
happened?
that shit. Just do my own thing now, you know?
You're not even streaming D&D anymore?
Yeah, I do that.
They're there just.
Why'd you stop streaming? Just didn't want to do it anymore?
Just don't like it. It's not
Did you
for me.
finish your degree?
Nope.
Are you going to?
Are we gonna do fucking 90 personal questions? Is that what you want to do today? That's
I just want-
That's what you
I-
wanted to come in here and ask me? 50 things
I
of
just
my
want-
personal life?
I just
That's
want
what we're
Mr.
doing?
Mooten to be okay, alright?
Well, I'm doing okay.
Wow.
Oh, Steven's back. Bye-bye.
Wow. Hi, what's up?
Hello, Steven?
How's it going, buddy?
You're muted. You look like a fool right now.
Shut up. I wasn't even talking.
Oh
I was talking to my
yeah,
audience.
well, I listened to it and you said, hi, what's up? You know what today is, right? It's the 15th.
January, right?
No. You said December. You said, come back December 15th and I'll have a date for you. Something
Okay.
like
What
that.
is a question? What do you want me to sign up for? We'll get a little deeper into this. Yeah, time.
I want you to sign up for one episode of a D&D campaign that I do with Nick, or you could do the one that I do with Nick, Peach Al, and Potato with Whiskey.
What would I be like doing? Who am I in this one shot? Am I just like coming as like an enemy or like a random NPC?
Whatever you
or-
want to do. We can just hook you up with Koibu and you can do what you want. If you want to join the 4-person campaign, for an episode, of course, you can come in as an ally, you can come in as an enemy, you can come in as a quest giver. If you wanted to join the 2-person campaign, you'd probably come in as like another thief. They're all 2nd edition.
Jesus Christ.
That's right. Our YouTube short fucking popped off. Got 400,000 views now.
Popped
Giga Chad.
off.
It's
Oh my
popping
God.
off. Yeah.
Okay, well listen. Tell tell Koibu to DM me, okay? And I'll set something up, okay? There you go.
Pencil you in for the new year then. There we go.
Yeah,
There we go. How was your nap? Did I wake you up or?
You know what? It went pretty well. I'm a little sweaty, which I don't know if it's sleeping on amphetamines does that to you, but you know.
You're on which ones?
Vyvanse.
Still Vyvanse?
Yeah.
Are you? I don't know if you want to talk about this, but you were saying something like you feel like you're dependent on it. Does that not scare you at all?
No.
No. Okay.
I like the way that I see it, especially because I wanted to do MDMA last night, so I took like a 2-day thing off to see how it would feel. Or I'm sorry, because before I do, because MDMA hits a lot of the same receptors, like the dopamine and the norepinephrine, and I don't want to like take my Vyvanse in the morning and then fucking do a recreational dose of MDMA at night. Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
So I take 2 days off, and yesterday was like it didn't like it. I feel like when you stop taking it, and also everybody might feel differently about this. So heads up, your mileage may vary. Some people say that when they stop taking their medication, they have like a big crash. I don't think I had a crash on that second day, but it definitely felt like old stuff. Like I don't know how to explain it, but like I feel like when I'm on Vyvanse, I feel like everything's like very clear. I can like decide what I want to do. I can do like everything is just like very easy.
It's not you're doing like 60 things at once.
Yeah,
or
that like I don't just my attention doesn't get pulled. But then yesterday, it was like I had this annoying like heavy blanket like draped over me, and just like everything felt like a slog, and it just wasn't very fun. And like everything, I don't know. I play like a game to watch a fucking video in the background, and I don't know. So in terms of like, do I worry that I'm like dependent on this? I mean, a little bit. It sucks that I need like a medication to function well, but it's like if I lost it or didn't have it, I would just go back to what I was before, which kind of sucks. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had like massive like brain fog when I got off of like the ADHD meds, and I want to say it lasted genuinely for like about like 3 months, and then I felt like super normal after like about a year.
Oh, that's a long time. Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't feel exactly like 100% for like about a year, I'd say.
How long were you on it for?
I don't know, probably a year, maybe 2.
And what were you on again?
Adderall. Your mileage will vary. Your mileage may vary. You going back to gaming, or you?
I don't know. I feel like I want to play a game. I'm not sure. Like I feel like I can do so much stuff right now, but I don't know what I want to do. I wish there was like a good single player like RPG game to get lost in for a little bit. But I also feel kind of bad because like
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I don't like
Game's
huge
like
open world
awesome.
shit as much. Is it though? I want a linear
It's
like
unironically 10 out of 10.
square
Pretty.
soft.
I don't know how it's not like a huge open world, right? You get in like a chapter, and in that chapter you can do different things, but you're still in the same area. So you're not like running around like a huge fucking map, right? You got your map, you do your things, you complete it, and then you go to the next fucking area. I would say Baldur's Gate. I don't like those type of games usually. I don't like single players, and I would say Baldur's Gate is legitimately like a 10 out of 10. The only thing I didn't like is I feel like the music in Baldur's Gate is pretty underwhelming, but everything else is like amazing. So yeah, if you're looking for a 10 out of 10 fucking linear-ish RPG game, I think you'll like it.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
What have you been up to lately?
Working on the Save or Die YouTube, working for Potato McWhiskey, you know, living that married life.
Does Peach still go to school, or is she working or anything? Or?
Yeah, Peach is going to school still. She's going for, I don't know, to be like a teacher or something, I think. I'm interviewing with Wizards of the Coast, so we'll see if I can get in with them. It'd be pretty sweet.
What are you trying to apply for there?
I would tell you in private. I don't want to say the exact role.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay.
I saw Aiden Ross was freaking out. How does yesterday? Oh my god.
I feel like it's. I think I said this on stream before. I feel like he's like probably because he's a big streamer. He's used to people sucking up to him. So like as soon as he gets any pushback, he just turns into a huge fucking baby and shuts down. Yeah. But then when he's surrounded by, because a lot of people on the podcast wanted to simp for him and shit. Yeah.
Like enables him or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch the podcast. I just watched the clips.
Yeah. Because he starts going in immediately, like on what is it like to be a cuck and what happened to your relationship? And it's like, okay, well if we're gonna go hard,
we're gonna go hard.
Then let's go. Yeah. What color is that suicide vest? Let's do it, buddy. And then he just lost his mind. Yeah. He screamed at me. He's like, "You're a faggot 40-year-old." Like literally like 20 times.
Like I know. I just saw that clip.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, you are unhinged. And everybody's just like sitting there staring. And then when I finally tell him to kill himself and leave, everybody's like, "Wow, Destiny, that was so uncalled for." And I'm like, "Hello? What? This guy just called me a faggot like 20 times. What the fuck? This is insane." Yeah, Jesus.
It is what it is.
What are you gonna do?
Nebraska Steve came out.
I guess. Do you feel like Twitch? Do you watch a lot of streams? What do you do with all your free time now? Do you have a lot of free time, or?
I would say I have a fair amount of free time, but I don't watch Twitch really. I hate the ads, and it's really hard for me to watch Twitch. If anything, I'll watch YouTube, or the one thing on Twitch I do watch is like Penta. He does GTRP.
When who does GTRP?
Penta.
Oh, I've heard that before. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you excited for GTA 6?
No, I'm not a huge Grand Theft Auto fan. Just like the RP stuff. Find it funny.
Okay.
What'll it be?
What have you been up to? Palestine, Israel? Seen that?
You know, Palestine, Israel, sorting through the refuge of my personal relationship life, and yeah, streaming and living up that Miami life. Yeah.
Do you still like Miami?
I mean, like,
would you say it's like your
your
favorite city you've lived in, or no?
My favorite city, I don't even think it depends on where you live. I think it just depends on what you're around. My favorite place of all time, I don't think it's ever going to be matched. You never visited me in California, did you?
No.
You're
talking about like the house near, or the apartment near Orange County?
No. This one was further north. I lived in an apartment complex called the Brand in Glendale, and this was just easily the best place I've ever lived in my entire life. But it was because I was within like walking distance of like 30 restaurant, like at least. A huge mall with a movie theater, so I could invite somebody over. We could take a 10-minute walk down like a really cute neighborhood, and then go to a movie. It was just like the perfect place I've ever lived in my entire life.
Do you remember where I used to live in Miami? It was called Brickell.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Brickell was like the 10 out of 10 fucking place that I've lived. Everything was near me. There was like the huge outdoor mall there. For Chad, that's the place where Zerka got in a fight in the middle of the
Brickell's downtown Miami.
Yeah.
It's where the Fresh Air Studios and everything else.
That place was sweet. But then they raised my rent from $1,400 to $2,700. No, it was like $1,400 to $2,100 in a single year. Jesus Christ.
From 1,400 to 2,200, is that?
I shit you not, it was from $1,400 for a studio, and then the next year they tried to charge me 21, I think, yeah.
The only thing I don't like about Miami that I might have liked.
You're on beach right now, right?
Miami Beach, yeah.
Okay.
The prices.
Yeah,
I think it's true also in downtown Miami. The prices are comical. Like, it's like not even like LA. Like, in my opinion, like LA and like that area, Glendale, Burbank, up there, the prices are like expensive. But it feels like in Miami Beach and in Brickell, the prices like diverge from reality, and it's just like, we know you're all rich, so we're gonna charge like random shit for everything.
Yeah, if you go to any restaurant in Miami, you're spending for two people like at the bare minimum $150 to $200. Like,
yeah, that's a little high. I'd say, but at least 120, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The
Plus
bare
tip
minimum,
everything?
yeah, like absolutely. Unless you're going to like McDonald's, but if you're going to any mid-tier restaurant, and you know what, I have the hottest take. I don't think most of the restaurants in fucking Miami are very good. I'm stringent on that.
You have to qualify it. I mean, like, they're good.
I guess
but are they
for
worth
like the
price?
money,
I'm not sure about
it's
that.
Crazy. Like, I'd rather go to an Olive Garden half the time and pay that than go to, I would say, 90% of restaurants in Miami.
Yeah. Fuck me. I was in San Antonio recently, and a friend there turned me on to some random steakhouse called like Blue some shit. I don't even know why I bring this up. It was really good. But at the end of it, I think the bill was like $150, and it felt like it would have been like a $400 or $500.
Like a $500 meal, yeah.
Or I remember one time when we were either doing camping trip or hanging out with people. There were like 6 of us, and I picked up the tab for the meal, and I think it was like $115 for like 6
people. At the keg? Or not the keg, it's called, there was like the place in Omaha though, right?
No, it wasn't a nice
Not that one?
But yeah, just the price.
There was a steakhouse that we went to in Omaha.
The Drover, that's a really good place.
That was what it was, Drover,
yeah. Miami Beach is
Toronto
nice in that it's like,
prices-
it's very walkable, and there's like a ton of stuff to like eat and do around here, which is like important for me, but everything's just like,
You're on South Beach, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Sorry. You're not in North Beach, right?
I think I'm not gonna talk about where I live anymore. Just remember that.
Okay,
sorry. I remember there's like 12 million people online trying to dox me right now, so never mind. Little Havana, I think it's called.
In Toronto, the prices here for food are, in my opinion, very reasonable. Depends on where you go. Toronto's more like just like any big city. You can go to like these really fucking high-end restaurants and spend ludicrous amounts of money, but you can also there's a sushi place that we like to go to that her and I will go and eat as much sushi as we fucking want, and the bill will always be around like $30 Canadian after tip, no matter what. Whereas if we would go to sushi in Miami, $150 easily.
Yeah, I've heard that there's like if you want to be like a real big cheapo, you can go to like Argentina or some shit. And there are places where it's like you literally spend like $5 or $6 for like a meal.
Your meal.
It's like ridiculously cheap.
Peach says like in Portugal, her parents, they'll go to like a restaurant and it'll be like you get wine included and stuff, and you'll walk out like $30, like max. Where's Dan? Is he coming on still?
Dan's kind of doing his, job stuff.
Not everyday carry. The other one, redacted.
Yeah, I think he's working on that.
Nice.
So he's kind of doing his thing. Yeah. Still is in the same place, so.
That's nice. Remember at some point he was talking about going to Hawaii?
He thought about moving around to a lot of different places, I think like Massachusetts and stuff as well.
I'm surprised he thought of Massachusetts. He always bitched about the weather, and he said, Mr. Morton, I'm never leaving fucking Miami. The only place I'd go to is Hawaii because of the weather. I want to be able to wear my shorts every single day of the year.
But then he was considering moving to Massachusetts, so
who knows? Just do my thing.
Okay, well, hey, listen, don't be a stranger. Be careful.
No, I won't. I'll send Koibu your way, but don't ghost him.
I won't. I didn't ghost him. He said happy birthday, and I said thanks, I think.
Alright, GG's. Have a good one. Yeah. See you, chap. Bye.
Moschino Dorito. He's 35, running the 2008 Bill Maher playbook, or Bill Maher playbook, like a 15-year-old who just discovered atheism. This is truly incredible. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. Bro, somebody said some shit. I don't know if this is some more horseshoe. I thought when we were atheists, I thought we hated religion. But now I'm worried that atheists didn't actually hate religion. Atheists just hated Christianity. Is that the case? That can't be the case from like 10 years ago, right? This is the TikTok ginger guy who said October 7th was its own attack. Oh. What do you plan to do this Christmas? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, shit. You just read that off the LSF comment this morning. I sure did. Graham won Democratic predicted power horse race polling a year from the presidential election is weak at best. The Biden campaign takes some comfort in that, but what recent surveys do reveal is that the coalition that put Joe Biden in the White House in the first place is nowhere near as strong as it was 4 years ago. Do you notice that LSF cycles between loving you and hating you? I think people's opinions of you largely cycle around who you're fighting. LSF, I believe, hates. I don't think they like any of the WL community anymore, and they definitely don't like Aiden, right? Because they didn't like Bruce when he did his wacky shit, like, yeah. And then you guys have been a bit more active on LSF, so if I'm fighting Aiden, I'm probably gonna get support there. Destiny, I think there's a difference between disregarding the belief in a higher power and actively hating someone's religion as well as insulting their culture. The only reason why I don't like their culture that's garbage and beneath mine and beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting increasingly irritated by this. And it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their fucking mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah, blah, blah. And keep Destiny. I think there's a difference between disregarding the belief in a higher power and actively hating someone's religion as well as insulting their culture. The only reason why I don't like their culture that's garbage and beneath mine and beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting increasingly irritated by this. And it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their fucking mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah, blah, blah is the best and blah, blah, blah is the best. It's not. It lost. Beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting increasingly irritated by this. And it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their fucking mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah, blah, blah is the best and blah, blah, blah is the best. It's not. It lost. So we're heading towards an era of more secularism unless we get jihaded by all the fucking Muslims. Like, your religion is dated, right? It doesn't have the same explanatory power as it used to. It's a good crutch for weak people who need a big spiritual dude to guide them into the afterlife because they can't handle the messy realities of the world. I don't know, whatever you want it to be is fine. Yeah, I'll be an edgy atheist, but it's not like the thoughts didn't stop. We just don't want to express them as much. But like, cringe, like, yikes, fam, yikes. Nishi said God is dead, okay? And Nishi is like at least 50 years old, so how are we still arguing about this? The predictive power of horse-face polling. Okay, here we go. These danger signs include fraying support among core constituencies, including young voters, black voters, and Hispanic voters, and the decline, if not the erasure, traditional democratic advantages representing the interests of the middle class and speaking for the average voter. Any of these on their own might not be cause for alarm, but taken together, they present a dangerous situation for Biden. From November 5th to November 11th, Democracy Corpse. Corpse or Cores? I think it's Corpse, right? A Democratic advisory group founded by Stan Greenberg and James Carville surveyed 2,500 voters in presidential and Senate battleground states as well as competitive House districts. In an email, Greenberg summarized the results. This is grim. The study, he said, found that collectively, voters in the Democratic base of blacks, Hispanics, Asians, LGBTQ+ community, Gen Z, millennials, unmarried, and college women give Trump higher approval ratings than Biden. LGBTQ+ community gives Trump higher approval ratings than Biden? And college women? This sounds impossible. This doesn't sound possible. On 32 subjects ranging from abortion to China, the Democracy Corps survey asked voters to choose which would be better, Biden and the Democrats or Trump and the Republicans. Biden and the Democrats led on 6, women's rights, climate change, addressing racial inequality, healthcare. Wait, these were just Democrats, and Biden won by 3 points on healthcare? The president will not be an autocrat and protecting democracy at 1 point. There was a tie on making democracy more secure. These must be like, it must be literally exclusively Gen Z. That must be the case, right? Donald Trump and the Republicans held lead on the remaining subjects, including paying for working people, standing up to elites, being able to get things done for the American people, feeling safe, and keeping wages and salaries up with the cost of living. In the case of issues that traditionally favor Republicans, Trump and his allies held commanding leads: patriotism, crime, immigration, and border security. Particularly worrisome for Democrats who plan to demonize Trump is that their democracy, the advantages Trump and Republicans have on opposing extremism, getting beyond the chaos, and protecting the Constitution. Trump literally tweeted out we might need to suspend the Constitution, but okay. There is some evidence in both the Democracy Corps survey and in other polls that concern specific to Biden, including his age and the surge in prices during his presidency. crisis during his presidency are driving the perception of Democratic weakness rather than discontent with the party itself. The survey found, for example, the Democratic candidates in the House battleground districts are running even with their Republican opponents among all voters, and 2 points ahead among voters who say they're likely to cast ballots on election day. Along similar lines, in November 2023, NBC News poll found Trump leading Biden by 2 points, 46 to 44, but when voters were asked between Trump and an unnamed Democratic candidate, the generic Democrat won 46 to 40. In a reflection of both Biden's and Trump's high unfavorability ratings, NBC reported that when voters were asked to choose between Biden and an unnamed generic Republican, the Republican candidate led Biden 40 to 37. Well, I don't understand. It feels like Democrats have been doing good in like all of their elections. Yeah, also I feel like Biden hasn't really started campaigning yet, so we'll see what happens then. I'm so curious. Jesus. A wild ride. The difference is Trump is a known person. Most of the races tend to have former presidents running for reelection. Maybe, yeah, actually. That's probably pretty unique as well. Trump has like a faux incumbent advantage, as weird as that is to say. Mel Gibson, too. Oh shit. I don't understand how DoorDash is just like still everything. Like with the utmost shamelessness, they will deliver you like a bag with half your drinks to the bottom. It's like, why? Why? Someone asked earlier, are there specific religions you don't care much for in comparison to Islam or Christianity? Anytime you're like, if you do your own thing and you want to do your own thing and you're cool with that, then that's fine. As soon as you start like trying to dictate to me how I'm supposed to live my life, then we have major problems. And that's going to exist on a sliding scale. Report that? Well, I always feel bad because I should give him like a 1-star or a 2-star. But then I'm like, fuck, now I'm like fucking this whole dude's life up if I give him a bad rating. Now I feel bad. So I just end up giving him a 5-star. And I should.
What the fuck happened to my dash, bro?
I want to.
Dracula.
Don't you think it's something you have to tip before you get the food?
Wagula.
Here's a question. Can they see me tip before I get the food so they can at least do their shit better because they see that a tip is on the way? Do they do that or? You're being a pushover? Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I'm going to give him a 3-star rating. This guy's whole career is about to be destroyed because of you guys, okay? Oh, it's not even giving me the option yet.
we can go anywhere in public. Nobody knows who you are. Everyone knows who I am. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yes.
Nah,
People,
and I only bring that
nobody
up 'cause
knows
you
who I
sound
am.
potted.
Everybody knows
bro.
who's that one guy that I thought was gay from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing anyone knows about me. That's the only thing that
You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
You're a
chill.
40-year-old.
Destiny, how has everything been, brother? Is the pathway to being unbanned on Twitch coming soon, or do you not really give a fuck anymore? Fuck those guys. How are you
Well,
feeling?
I've got exciting news. I added the Twitch CEO on Discord, and I said, hey. And that was 3 weeks ago, and he's going to respond to me any day now, I can tell. Okay.
Have you tried what you should oh, you can't, never mind. I was gonna say he's pretty responsive in his chat, to be fair. Last thing, then we'll move topics from this. Does that thing happen that every parent tells you about? Like right when the baby comes out, you kind of your life, quote unquote, changes. Like what exactly is that a real thing? Does something change within you? Do you see life a different way than you did before?
Oh yes.
I don't know if your life, I don't think your life like changes, but I think especially for what Nick was saying, it makes it a lot more real as a guy, because up until then, like the baby, especially in the last month, you can kind of like feel it kicking and stuff, which is cool. It is cool. But then when it actually comes out, for at least for the man, I think that's the first time it's like real to you. I'm sure for a woman it's probably different because they've been like, you know, obviously dealing with it for a lot, but like, yeah, once it's out, you're like, holy shit. Yeah.
That's on the money right there.
Holy
that's
shit.
Yeah.
One thing for me too is it's hard to remember my life before kids. Like sometimes I literally sit there and remember, I was like, what did I do before this? Like I don't even remember what I did before I had my first daughter.
Wasn't it CS:GO Lotto stuff? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was someone else. I was the diamonds thing was me.
Who did that?
Motherfucker.
That's gotta be, bro. Yo.
Sorry, Aiden, we need to talk about.
That wasn't even a wall.
We need to talk about not kids, all right? Isn't Aiden like 18 years old? He can't relate to this shit, okay?
Yeah, move on.
I just got left ear.
No, I don't think everything changes, Train, but your perspective on things changes for sure. So I guess it's like a double answer. It's like yeah and then no. Like not like your life doesn't just snap change, but you know, one, I guess maybe some specifics. I think I appreciate, and it's not that I didn't appreciate girls just in general, but I think I have a deeper appreciation for what a girl has to go through to be able to do something like that. Like you just look at chicks in a whole new light. You might think that's soft or weird or something, bro. When you see your wife go through something like that, you're like, yo, what the is even a girl? They're so lit, and the fact that a body can make something like that, what the then you look at your little son, you're like, holy shit, and you put it all together, there's just a different appreciation I think that comes with that. Okay, and then I think I'm talking about you can't be here when I'm talking about. All right, I love you. And then I think you look at the world a little differently. Those two things. I think you look at the world a little differently because now you're thinking about things that you maybe didn't think so much about before.
Nick,
you had a baby.
Nick, what did having a baby do for your marriage? If you don't want me asking. Like, I mean, did it make it stronger?
That just made it better. I mean, it's just a great thing, bro. When you recreate, like you create a life together, man, like it just strengthens the fucking bond. You know what I mean? Like, not that it wasn't strong before, but it's just another, I don't know, like it's just another chain in the link, you know?
Babies are relationship amplifiers. If your relationship is going well, I think it's like another awesome adventure to share with a partner in, and it's like a whole new set of challenges, and some are difficult and some are fun, but like ultimately it's rewarding. If your relationship sucks, makes it way worse, because now everything that was bad before is now way worse.
I believe that.
That's probably really true.
Destiny, can I ask you a question? I don't want to like be offended or offensive or anything to anyone, but like, what happened like recently with your wife?
What a pivot! I'm not even talking about my. Yeah, listen, ask me in 2 weeks, okay?
All right, my bad.
But the recent relationship I was in was not the person that I had a kid with. Thank the Lord, holy Christ! But no, that was not the. Yeah.
I thought like in my head, Aiden, I thought you were gonna ask like what led to the separation of his child's mother.
I think that's what he's getting at. Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at.
I have a lot of relationship history. Okay, my two prior wives are not either ones that I had a child with. It was my ex-girlfriend, but that was 12 years ago. We've been separated for about 12 years, but our relationship was already kind of like going downhill. And then we had the. If you ever meet people that can't break up right, they do something I call the yo-yo, where you break up, get back together, break up, get together, and we did that, and then got pregnant at the end of that yo-yo cycle. So yeah, our relationship. Right, yeah, by the time she got pregnant, it was already.
Do you have a chef?
Yeah, I like him now. Yeah.
Really? Is he a good chef?
That was crazy,
Absolutely,
by the way.
it's fucking
That
amazing,
Butch
That's
came
a
over with
flex.
the.
I have a wife, but I can't call her my chef. She gets mad when I say that.
Well, we're on Twitch now.
Yeah,
You should-
retweet.
I mean, we're on Kick now. So.
Retweet.
Nah, that's your chef.
I call her my chef. Sometimes she gets mad.
Yeah, the chef, the dishwasher, all the above. Just
If you want to see Sabe Cooks, follow him on Twitter at Like and Cooks.
Hey, there's real honor in that.
Oh,
yeah, I don't. Yeah, there better be. I have
no cap. Nah, holding down a home is a very underappreciated thing in 2022. Holding down a home is real life, man. People got no idea what goes into that unless you do, and then you hear what I'm saying right now. It's real. That's a
dude.
No,
I
that's
couldn't
real thing,
I couldn't do the job of a housewife out of ever.
That's hard, man. It's ridiculous.
Insane.
24/7. It never stops. There's a bajillion things you got to be doing. I mean, it's a lot, man. And people belittle it and downgrade it, you know. But bro, it's just fucking real.
Shout out to the housewives out there, dude.
Shout out, no, 100%.
Shout out to all the girls out there. They
Yes.
they hold it down at home, man. It's an awesome thing.
Agreed.
It really is.
Agreed. I completely agree with that.
You never shot a fucking shark?
What's up?
I've seen somebody shoot a shark, and I was not.
I'm not fully pro gun.
I don't approve of that behavior.
No, I think look, okay. In my opinion, you should be allowed to own some guns. You know, right? But I don't think a fucking 18-year-old. I don't think an 18-year-old should be able to just pop into a store and buy an AR.
I agree with that.
Without like. Because I know they run like a quick one, but I don't know. I think they need to do a better job, obviously, and there needs to be a little bit more done there in that fucking area before you can just buy anything.
When you're in your 20s, that's when you should be able to get an AR. Like 21, 22.
It's like car rentals. Like you can't rent a car till you're 25.
I think Destiny is a proud gun owner, so I want to hear his opinion.
Wow, what tipped that off? Was it the shotgun on the back wall or the 4 pistols I got on my fucking standing right there? How did you figure that out, Trey?
I got 2 pistols, 2 shotguns. I have an AR. I mean, I fuck with it too, but
I think shotguns are fair to have too. I think
it was that meme picture. The meme picture of you
my bad.
and the Glock.
Of me like 10 years ago when I looked like I'm from American History X.
No, it's because I think shotguns are fun. Shotguns are good home defense, right? Like, so I have no issue with that. No one's walking in. I mean, anyways, what are your thoughts on the AR stuff that everyone's talking about? Do you think anyone should be able to walk in at any age and grab an AR, or do you think
any age? No.
Or
why are we so fixed on that? Why are we so hard focused on AR though? I mean, like all
not
guns.
AR, just, I think rifle. I think
just in general. I know, but look, Mo, you guys are acting. You're. I'm not saying you're doing it, but you're kind of acting. All of you. Like, I mean, a mother can't just go get a couple pistols and do the same type of shit that some of these fucking idiots are doing.
No,
because they can't.
I mean, for sure. But
I think Aiden brings up a great point, bro. It's like super annoying that you can't drink till you're 21, but you can buy any when you want at 18. It's just weird. It doesn't make any sense.
Literally, it's backwards. Literally.
No, I agree. You could do the same, but I would argue that it's maybe less damage. Like overall.
I don't know, bro.
I think that's an okay argument.
Let me tell you a quick one. I sat Mo. I was getting swatted a couple years ago, like every month, okay, like crazy. So I hired a professional guy that does security, like for all kinds of crazy people, to come to my house and beef up my security and tell me what the do. Because we were having people come to the door and knock, all kinds of harassment shit, and I was losing my mind. I was mad paranoid and shit. So I sat down with this guy, and we're going through all these cameras and guns and all these different options. We can beef up the door, put a gate, you name it. This guy's got it in his book, and then he closes his book, puts it to the side, and goes, "You know what, Nick? Can I be real with you?" He goes, "Listen, I can have you pay this, and this, and then this, but look, if a motherfucker doesn't agree with you or doesn't with you, and he wants to do harm, all these things are not going to stop him. At the end of the day."
Yeah.
The best defense for home defense is 2 dogs and a shotgun. That's it. 2 dogs and a shotgun. So that's what I got. I got 2 dogs and a shotgun.
It's true. That's
shotgun's
true.
the best for sure.
That's what I'm saying. So like an AR, okay, right. It's a little more high powered, but a motherfucker still do crazy shit with a pistol, bro. Crazy shit.
True.
Yeah, the shotgun's easy because it's really hard to miss with it because it's the spread. That's why people stick to those for home defense.
Hold on, wait. The spread is not that wide on shotgun. Those are video game shotguns.
Wider than a pistol.
Barely.
I carry Staccato XL.
At close range, inside of a house, the spread on any buckshot, birdshot, or whatever is going to be very small. There's a reason why you trap shoot with shotguns, right? The spread is not that big.
It's not a small house.
Yeah. Unless your hallway is literally 200 yards, like you're.
I'm saying for a casual. I mean, I can shoot pretty well.
It's got a good spread.
But yeah, I just feel like ARs. We kind of. It doesn't
At
really do a
18,
difference.
bro, you can walk in and just buy a AR, man. It's wild.
Yeah, that's kind of
But
crazy.
I do agree. You should be able to buy guns. It just needs to be a different process. But Destiny, you agree with that, or you do?
We all play video games. It should be like a rank up system. Like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of like when you're 18, you can buy a pistol.
Rank up system.
I've argued this a lot on my stream, and I feel like the fact that somebody can buy a gun without training or actual like knowledge on how to use the gun, weapon maintenance, or, actual training is crazy.
Dude, when I bought 2 ARs at the same time because they were changing the law in California for the.
This is not just 1 hour delivery. This is
trigger, like something with the trigger. And when I went and bought it, it was literally a 5-minute test. And I forgot half the stuff the guy told me, but he just passed me or whatever, and I had my license. And it was insane how easy it was. I thought it would be like a process, and then like I think it was like 2 weeks later, I picked them up. It was that easy.
Yeah.
We have a cooldown period, but that's about it here.
That's quick.
48 hours,
and it is easy, bro.
Yeah.
Did you have to go to the police station?
No.
I in Nevada, I had to go to the police station when I bought my AR.
I don't really understand the people who say that you shouldn't be able to buy a gun, because I mean, if that was the case, then the people who don't have guns the right way, aren't they still going to have guns? And then the people who own them the correct way, we wouldn't have any guns.
You can't get rid of them.
My argument.
That's the problem with California.
So what's the argument there? Like, how does that fix anything?
Well, one thing I wonder is like, why is the prevalence of weapons so much in the United States? Probably Destiny would be able to answer this. This is not my expertise, obviously, but like, why do we see it that there are so many of these shootings in the U.S. and then gun laws are more strict in places like I don't know, say the UK or Japan or Korea or something? You never see these shootings. No one has guns, right? Even the police don't have guns.
Okay, here's a quick rundown on everything, because all gun talk is everything that we talk about policy-wise in guns is. So first of all, everybody obsesses. I think Nick kind of brought up. Everybody obsesses over like assault rifles and rifles. No one cares. It's like 300 killings a year with rifles. It's like the thing is the rifle killings are like the scariest, but they're a drop in the bucket in terms of like if you care about like children's lives, like car accidents and like drunk drivers are killing more kids than assault rifles. Number one. Number two. Basically, and I think it sounds like everybody here kind of admitted this, okay? Guns are awesome, guns are fun, but the reality is, especially if you've got kids in the house, like guns are kind of dangerous. Like I had a gun and my idea is like, oh, I got it for defense and shit, but bro, as soon as my kid was like 3 years old, you better believe that gun is on super lockdown mode, because if my kid killed himself because of a pistol that I have to like protect my family, I would kill myself. That would be unacceptable. So if you have a gun at home, you've got to have it like locked up so that the kid can't get into it and all sorts of shit, so you lose a lot of your like strategic advantage of all that shit, right? Also, when you're talking about people dying to guns, it's not like people buying guns and going out and doing crazy shit. Like 95% is like gang and drug related shit. Like that's like the vast majority of killings in the United States, but nobody really wants to talk about that. So we talk about like slapping all these like weird gun laws on like 98% of the country, when it's usually like gang violence and shit, and like people killing themselves because they lose too many games of League of Legends that is like actually contributing to the majority of gun death in the US, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Do you think that's a separate?
That's real.
Do you think
so? Is there a gun problem at all then?
I think the gun problem in the United States is dramatically overblown. I know like it's big compared to like the rest of the world, but like there's already over 350 million guns here. We're not getting rid of them. If you want to do gun buybacks or some shit, and people talk about like should you be able to do this, should you be able to do that. Unfortunately, people say shit like, well, you have to train to drive a car. You don't have to train to use a gun, which is true, but there is no like 27th Amendment that says Congress shall make no laws abridging your right to drive a motor vehicle, right? Whereas for firearms, those are protected by the Second Amendment. That shit's not changing, so the regulations are always going to be a lot looser around that than they are around like automobiles and shit.
Do you think it's hard to enforce anything, man, or hard to create new things around?
Yeah, that's why a lot of those gun laws got rolled back, and then a lot of them are stupid, like what Mo brought up. Bro, you try to use like a rifle in California, and it's got the most like weird cucked attachment or some shit.
Don't talk about it, man. Don't talk about the fucking plate, dude.
Yeah, are we saving lives here? Are there like 3 kids walking around today? Like, thank God the trigger guard.
It's so sad, man. The bullshit plate that, and honestly, I think unironically, it makes the weapon more dangerous. The plate where you can't actually hold the thing.
Wait, that
makes it more dangerous.
Did you say cuck attachments?
Yeah,
it's a cuck attachment.
They just like they do like nothing for the gun. It's like retarded.
Why'd you use that word cuck?
Whoa.
Because it's a fun word to use. Why, of all the things I've said tonight, why is that like the one thing that your mind goes to? Is there something you want to watch right now, like find your girlfriend or what?
No, just fun. I don't have that word on my mind.
Gotcha. All right. It is on my mind. You know, I've just recently got into a cuck relationship. You know, I like sitting in the corner watching people plow. You know, all the women that I date. And
Yes, do you think that's normal? Do you think that's normal to watch? The girl you love cuck?
What?
No, I think it's normal to.
This is not a Raj Royale, okay? This is a.
No, hold on.
I like it. I'm getting excited. Yeah, let's turn it up.
Opens his mouth, bro. You gotta like parent them. Let them go, man.
Okay,
you fucking
I
on the podcast.
don't like guests to feel attacked.
I want to feel attacked. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, Destiny lives for this. Destiny lives for this moment.
Okay, I know, but I don't want like guests to like feel like this is a show that traps them.
Let them go at it a little bit. Let them go at it a little bit.
I'm not going at it. I'm not coming at you. I just want to know: do you think it's normal to have sex and watch your wife get? That's all I'm asking you. How
Well,
is
you
that?
ask me, is it normal? That sounds like a question of like, yeah, that's a statistical question. It's probably not very normal. Look at my guess.
It's literally not.
Do you get
What are we,
pleasure
Adam 22? Come on, bro.
No, Destiny, do you get pleasure out of watching your wife like bounce around? That's all I'm asking, bro.
I don't think I would necessarily get pleasure watching my partner get. Oh.
So what is it? Like, I'm curious.
Somebody loop me in. What the going on right now?
So
my last relationship was an open relationship, but people like Aiden who are borderline virgins have no concept of anything outside of like monogamous sex or like sex with the lights turned off. So anything outside of a non-standard relationship to him must be cuckoldry because it's the only thing he talks about 95% of the time on his stream. That's
okay,
my
so you're
guess.
in an open relationship. Got it.
The last time I talked about you on my stream was months ago when you came on. I'm just curiously asking because I do the same shit to Sneak. I'm like, what goes through your brain to like allow your partner to bounce around? I just want to know that. I'm not coming at you, bro. I'm just really directly asking you a question.
The direct answer would be people that want to do open relationships probably don't care if their partner's on that much and they want to around, so it's like a mutual thing. That's probably the.
Sounds like a handshake of around. You know what I mean?
Straight up.
You're not actually in the room when they're having sex either, right?
Not to my knowledge, unless there's some secret shit going on. Yeah.
All right, Josh. Hello.
Aiden. Wait, Trey, you gotta do your intro, brother.
Yeah, I do.
No, this guy doesn't get a fucking intro, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
Why not?
What?
What do you mean? Because he's 2 hours late. I'm black too, but he's 2 hours late. I was on time. I get a fucking intro. This guy's 2 hours late. He gets an intro.
Ain't we on the same team? Face up, Tasha. Ain't we on the face? What's going on here?
Hey, Rage, while everyone's grilling you, bro, I gotta throw you some love, bro, because you really stepped out and put some respect on my name recently, bro, and I really appreciate that, man.
Oh,
Thank
hell
you.
yeah. Yo, I don't tolerate no myth disrespect.
I gotta
like
appreciate you for that, man. Like,
sure.
That shit was real as fuck.
For sure.
What happened? What happened?
They were,
I mean, long story short, there was a video made about me that kind of like, you know, tracks my career and my ups and downs.
I saw it.
I saw the tweet. I saw the tweet.
It was a great video. It was a great fucking video. The guy did a really good job on everything. And at the end of it, I'm crying because I'm like,
a lot.
For the first time in my life, like throughout looking back on my career, I'm like, damn, I really am that dude. Because a lot of times I look back, I'm like, bro, I don't really the shit that I've done. So I started crying right then. And then people took just that portion on Twitter and then uploaded it as like, Myth fell off. He's crying because he fell off.
Of course.
And then Rage came through and actually like set the record straight after watching my reaction. So I just wanted to say I appreciate it.
Listen, bro, you're a goddamn legend in my book, brother. Legend.
No, I appreciate it, boys.
Legend, bro.
I appreciate you, Turner. Thank you. But yeah, let's go talk about some. I don't want to shoot the whole convo in the middle.
Let's move on to Dave, dude. It's getting too emotional in here.
That's a dub. Where were we though for real, man? Aiden was pressing this guy over being a couple.
I wasn't pressing him. I was never pressing him. What was the one thing, bro? I'm gonna be honest, bro.
I'm kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. I was totally joking, bro. Like, you're good, man. I'm sorry. Both of y'all, man. This is crazy, though.
I'm sorry, Nicholas. I'm sorry.
You're good. I love you, man. I love you.
I wasn't coming at you again, bro. I was just asking what goes through your brain to allow your partner to get people. That's all I was asking. I didn't mean to no other disrespect. I promise you.
I think his brain just works differently. I think he just
no.
cares as much as we care.
That's when he answered it.
He's just doing his thing,
that's
bro.
It. I wasn't trying to come at anybody. I was just asking a question.
So just everyone's thoughts on.
Aiden, would you do an open relationship?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. So right,
ever, never. I mean, like if you met somebody and you were like,
I believe that men and women are like this. I don't believe in cheating. I don't believe in anything. I believe in intimacy. I believe in your one-on-one. That's it. That's that.
I agree.
That's what I believe on. I don't really believe on switching. Put your dick in something else. You put your pussy on other dick. I don't believe in that, bro. I believe.
So if your girl cheats on you, then you're done forever.
Oh, for good. Yeah, there's no going back.
Yeah. All right. So let me ask you guys this question. So there's a thought process out there.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type.
And it goes like this. It's like, okay, some people believe that if you know, person A cheats on person B, then it's done forever. But then the other way of thinking is that if there's a cheat that goes on, right, and then they fight through it, it makes them stronger in the long run.
True or false? Fucking dumb.
Once a cheater,
Shit.
always a cheater, my friend.
You're always looking over your shoulder.
I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that.
Yeah, they're always.
So you
I can't do that shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta cut it if it happens.
Later.
Nick, there will always be some type of insecurity or something in that relationship for good.
This is how I think about it. It's a 10-step process to somebody.
Exactly.
You gotta take off the shirt, the pants, the socks.
Even
you gotta,
before that,
flirtatious.
you
flirtation before.
them, all that shit, bro.
It wasn't just like
I think the issue is there are certain problems that you can go through. So like the death of a family member or like some addiction thing that makes you spiral that you can work through and it makes you stronger. I think the big problem with certain actions though, so this could be something like cheating or like hitting your partner. The problem isn't really the action. The problem is that before your partner did that action, you didn't think they could do that. And then when they do it, now that you know they can, there's always the chance that they can. And that's the issue. That's why like if you've been with somebody that's hit you, the problem isn't that they hit you once. That is a problem and that's bad. The problem is you know they're gonna hit you again, and that's why you think and I think that's the same with generally with cheating too.
Repeats itself, right?
Unless your partner got like intoxicated in a or something, like the issue is there are certain things where once your partner's done it once, you look at him and you're like, oh, now I don't know if I can trust them to do this shit again. Yeah.
Damn. So we all agree that if it happened, done, snip it.
I get cheated on, yeah, it's over.
Are we doing like full like? What about like
if they cheat on you? If they cheat on
physically like just.
It's not even just physical for me.
I would leave on
I'm
emotional
done too, bro.
I would leave on emotional cheating too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah, emotional cheating is really bad, man.
Yeah, if a girl's spitting game with somebody, bro, that's almost even worse to see.
All day, all day texting somebody.
No, but
yeah.
you know what I mean.
Do you guys see those guys
it's
on?
still stinky. It's stinky.
Yeah.
You guys see
Wait.
videos where the guy would like they'd hire someone to message their girl and to say expose her or something. So
I'm not gonna lie, I did that for my viewers. They'll send me their girlfriend's Instagram and I'll slide in their DM.
You know what? I think I saw you do it before.
No way.
Yeah, bro, it was like a 70% chance that was entertaining me. I swear. Yes, 70% chance. And it was kind of easier because like they were like girls, some girls like when they see like clout, they're like, oh my god. So it was mad easy. I wasn't like a regular. They were entertaining. They see the little blue check, like, oh. I made sure. I was like, yo, unlike all my pictures, don't follow me. Leave all your comments on my picture. So she doesn't catch on. Like, yo, my boyfriend might know who this is. Those raps.
Wow.
Jeez, man.
So 70% would respond
from the line, bro.
Yes,
That's free, bro.
70% would actually like them. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's wild, bro.
That's so OD, bro.
And maybe he's just handsome.
It doesn't matter, dude. I'm just.
There's more handsome people than me, so it's like, fuck. Wait, have y'all ever got cheated on before? Any of y'all?
Yeah, I have.
I did too.
I've done both.
How'd you find out?
High school.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
What do you mean you done both?
I'm not gonna high road. I've been cheated on, and I have cheated. Like, I've definitely,
space cheater train.
Is it cheating if you break up with them
It's not based. It's just like I'm not gonna like sit here and act perfect.
Let's hear both sides.
I definitely have found and cheated, and I've been cheated on, and I went to therapy for it. I went to therapy to try and better myself and figure out what the going on, because that's
what was the goal there though. Like you were trying to just not be like that.
I just wanted to figure out like what kind of I don't know what just figure out like what caused me to want to do that. I mean,
that's
obviously,
why she left, dog. You're overanalyzing shit.
Obviously,
that's not an overanalyzation.
Does therapy work? Does therapy even work? I've never done it before.
I think it does. I think it, just gives you someone to, kind of talk to, and eventually, when you talk on the surface level, you start getting the tangled up, a deeper level out. It starts untangling. You start getting it out. Whereas before, you couldn't really think about it.
Definitely hit or miss, though, Aiden. Definitely hit or miss. You gotta find the right. You gotta find the right person.
You find the right person.
It's real.
Exactly. 100%. My perspective on it, someone that's never done it, is like you think you pay them by the hour, whatever the fuck it is, right? So like they want you to keep coming back. But then again, I don't know. I don't know. I've never done it before. But I've gone through a lot of bullshit, and I've just kind of like
you build a relationship with somebody, and they went to school to try to help you out with that stuff too. So
But
you know,
isn't it hard to find the right, because like you're gonna keep
Yeah.
trying people out. So what are you just gonna go through the same stories, or you know when you
I
first
went
do
to
stuff-
There are twisted
I went to a
therapists that
speech
will do
one.
that, though,
I
Aiden.
went to a speech one when I was like 8 years old because I had problems talking in class, and I sat down with this lady for a year.
Oh, like speech
And
therapy,
yeah, I fucking hate. I was so embarrassed, but I didn't want to go. And I sat down with her, and I worked on it for like a few months, and we started making these little strats and stuff. And bro, if I slow down and I talk like this, and I'm chill, and I think about everything I'm gonna say, I never stutter. But when I get hyped, and I get excited, I start fucking.
Yeah.
And I would do that in class, but we made strats and we
Take
conquered
from
that
my
shit, bro. And she was super cool, and I fucking love that lady, man. She was lit. Yeah.
Yeah, but Josh, I got cheated. So this is how I got cheated on, Josh. I was in high school, my first relationship ever, bro. I was so in love and stuff. Listen to this shit, Josh. So we break up. 2 days after, we broke up on a Friday. 2 days after, or that Monday, she's walking with another guy on campus.
That's not cheating, dog.
I know. She was probably talking to him for a while.
She
though.
probably.
Yeah, probably.
was.
I mean, if she broke up with you, then yeah. That's
You ain't
most likely
going.
the case.
I agree. I
That's
think
the
it's cheating
easiest way to
because-
get cheated on, though.
Yeah, I know.
What's the easiest way?
Like you break
The
up.
story he just told.
Yeah, that was light. That's some light shit.
That's what I did too. Like when I considered myself when I cheated on someone, I broke up with them just to hook up with someone else. So I guess that's cheating because I already had it planned and
premeditated.
Yeah. So I guess it is cheating.
Yeah, that's cheating.
That is cheating for sure. Yeah. Why did you do that?
No,
you
wait,
asshole?
hold on. Wait. If you think if you think you want to hook up with somebody and then you like dump your partner, you're like, sorry, this ain't working, you dump it, and then you go hook up with somebody.
I think it's cheating. If
No,
you've
come
already
on. That's you're dumping them. No.
No. See, right.
In
You're
my
right.
head that it's not cheating.
Exactly. Like he was already gonna go back no matter what.
It's like
Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. Hold on, wait. No, wait.
It's
Yeah, wait.
on a timeout.
That's not cheating. That's worse than cheating. That's worse than cheating. Never mind. Okay.
What?
That's like crazy shit. That's
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah.
Mo,
I've
you're a
met-
fucking
I've met-
demon, bro. Yeah.
Let me be.
I've
Yes,
met a
fuck,
person that
fuck,
has
man.
done this like 10 times, and they're like, I don't think it was ever cheating because I always broke up, and then I got back with him the next day, and I'm like, wait, what the? It was not cheating because we broke up. Like, come on, yeah. That's some wild shit.
The timeout thing.
That's like some exploit, like
that was Mo
loophole shit.
just to do whatever he could to get away with it. You know what I mean? Like
I'll tell
anything.
you something. The early 2000s were a different time.
Yeah, facts for sure.
No, they weren't that different. What do you mean? Wait, what?
Aiden wasn't even born.
They were different,
You
bro.
could do a lot. In
I was born
They were
2000.
different, man.
You in 2000s, baby, Aiden?
Yeah. Wait. When are you guys all born?
99.
Wait. Let's go one at a time. Aiden, when were you born?
2000.
Destiny.
88.
Nash.
You doing all right?
Damn.
He doesn't. He never.
Okay, Mo.
No, damn. Come on, man.
No, Devin, you have to say it.
Wouldn't you agree?
Evan's for sure older than
Bro,
me. at
come
this
on,
point,
bro.
yeah. Even though he doesn't have a gray hair on his head, and I have gray hairs everywhere.
Do a lot of hot yoga.
Mo, how about you?
86.
86 Myth.
Damn.
99.
Nick.
89.
What?
80s baby.
No. You're
so-
90, aren't you?
89.
Wait, so you turned 34 this year?
Yeah. Like
Oh,
a real
really?
man.
Wait. Yeah.
Are you sure? I thought you were 32.
Yeah, bro. Wait. 90. I'm 90.
You're
I'm 90. I'm
90.
sorry.
Yeah, you turned
I'm
34
sorry.
this year.
Wait, what?
Hey, show us.
What the fuck?
I knew we were 2 weeks apart. I'm like, wait a
License
second,
stuff,
you're
dog.
not
I'm
34.
90. What? Wait, you guys still give a it's your birthday? Relax, man. I'm so old. I don't care anymore, man.
Yeah, but how much shit do you fill out though? And it's like date of birth. You know what I mean?
Hold on, wait. Turner, how much shit do you fill out? Because you know me and you don't fill out nothing, by the way.
All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
I know it, bro.
Okay.
No, Katie versus Aliens fills that fucking shit.
She does. She got better handwriting than me.
Yeah, exactly. My
I was
wife too, man.
homeschooled, bro. My shit looks like some fucking preschooler.
I don't even know, man. 10 years.
How about you, T? Year?
Why am I
I'm
90?
I'm January 98.
98.
not that bad.
Rage?
89.
97.
Damn, and I'm 90.
Damn, bro.
Damn.
1990, yeah.
Hey, how old are you right now?
I'm 32. I turned 33 in like, I turned 33 in 6 days.
Damn, what are we gonna do?
Wow.
Yeah, right. We're the same. Okay, we're the same. All right.
Yo,
Flash out?
Eddie, if you're listening, brother, I saw the gifts you got Aiden. I saw the gifts you got everyone else. Listen, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm expecting, Aiden got a Rolls Royce. I'm expecting nothing less than $1 million present. You understand?
Yo.
Like, Aiden gets 400K. I want a mil. Hey, Bijan, you listening, brother? million minimum. And if you're feeling generous, I'll take a 767 jumbo jet. You understand me? That's about what, like 280 mil? We'll call it even. Thank you. Let me call X real quick. Carry the conversation on somehow. Let me call X. We can hop in this Twitch thing.
I'll give you guys a new topic.
Yes.
Oh Jesus, no.
What do you?
Oh.
I like
what,
Aiden's
no, it's a
topic.
good. It's a great question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What do you guys think happens when you die? What happens?
Yeah.
You reincarnated. You come back.
It
bro.
might be
You come
curtains. I
back.
don't know.
I think you
I
come
hope
back.
not.
It might be
Sometimes
curtains.
I have.
It might
Sometimes
just be
I have
curtains,
memories. Sometimes I have
Hoping ain't
memories of a
curtains.
past time,
Me
bro.
too.
They're
It's Michael's Holiday Gift Haul. Make the most of your budget this year with up to half off hundreds of creative gifts for everyone on your list. Plus, save on decor you'll love and discover even more ways to save.
they're
No,
memories. They're not
I think
dreams.
about that often.
Oh, are you guys religious in here? Are you guys all religious?
Nah, but I grew up religious.
Yeah, but I definitely believe in a higher being, bro, for sure.
Okay, wait, are we talking like that?
I don't have like a really strong.
You believe there's a God. You believe there's a
Yeah, of
I
course,
think
of
there's an
course. I
energy
do.
between all living things.
Yeah, same.
I don't
Me
know what
too.
exactly that is.
I do too.
I don't know if I would call it a god.
All right. Well, then you're more spiritual. You're on the more spiritual.
You
side.
know what, Aiden? As I'm getting older, it's becoming a thing though. You know what I mean?
I'm definitely getting more religious as I'm older.
Yeah, me too,
So,
bro.
yeah,
I'm getting
yeah.
older, and I don't know.
I was
made up my mind.
about the reincarnation.
Tifu, Destiny, Devin, and your age. What is your guys' take on religion?
I heard that if you f up really bad in life, you get reincarnated as an Aiden Ross fan. Is that true?
Oh my god.
Actually, I would rather be an Aiden Ross fan than let my girl get fucked.
Yo!
Hey, come back! Getting honest. That's just what I would rather
Trent
do.
has his headphones on. Trent can hear all this.
You know what I'm saying? But
Trent's
what is your
freaking the fuck
take on religion, sir? Go ahead.
I guess I'm
You're an atheist.
worried.
All right,
I'm
so
a
he's
Buddhist.
going to hell.
He's a
All right,
Buddhist.
Devin. What is your take? Buddhist.
I'm a Zen Buddhist.
Tifu?
I grew up Christian, and then I'm just.
Tifu, do you
Just
believe there's a
living,
God or like a higher power?
Yeah, I do. I do for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I believe in I believe in that too, man. It's just there has to be. You know what I mean? There has to be like a higher energy, higher power.
Do you believe that everything is predetermined?
No.
Destiny? You're talking about actual destiny,
yeah.
not this cuck destiny, the real destiny.
I don't even know anything about. All I know about you is that your ex has OnlyFans,
Dude.
and you're like living in Andrew Tate's shadow. So I don't even know how to insult you. I don't even know what to say.
All I know about you is that you're a full blown.
No, that's great. You know. Just like I would say that all your fans are too, but I'm pretty sure like 80% of your fans are botted, so I can't even really make fun of them. Like Jesus, like I don't even know what to say about
You say that, but I go
Holy
into your.
shit.
I go into.
Happened when I left?
I go into your chat.
Yo, that's a good topic.
You go into my chat and you don't see shit. You can't see shit in my chat because
your chat doesn't move.
You can't see shit in my chat because it's not all pictures and you can't read.
Why does your chat move? Why does your chat move?
My offline chat probably moves faster than your online chat when you get your bots turned off. Like, come on, dude, seriously?
Fair enough. Hey, I'm not gonna go into that, but all I will say is this, Destiny. You're going to hell. You don't believe in God, so.
Thanks. I'll see you there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm probably going to hell right now too. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta.
Fuck happened?
I'll see you there, buddy.
I gotta get my relationship with God better. I'm not gonna lie. But
Trent, you can't be taking breaks, bro.
Brother, what happened? Like, listen, like I don't.
nothing. This grown 40-year-old virgin.
What are you talking about,
y'all
Trey?
gotta tell me if there's beef, so I don't bring you on together.
Hey, Train, this 40-year-old demonic right here, right?
Easy satanic. What'd you call him? Train. We are reaching levels of satanic that you've never even thought possible. Okay, that's where we're at right now on this podcast.
Energy.
I messed up to not say
You're
that.
going to hell.
Yep.
I told you, you're satanic. I feel it. I see your energy. Mint feels the energy too.
100%.
It's
Jesus, guys, what the?
You know what? I agree with everything you said.
Thank you,
guys.
Are you religious, Aiden? Are you religious, Aiden?
I don't have the best relationship right now as I possibly can with God, but
I am so sorry to you, guy.
I believe in a higher power.
Devin, the translation is right now in like the manosphere, whatever the people inhabit, they like to pretend that they're religious because it gets them credit with their fans, and then they do a bunch of debauchery in the meantime.
That's really
When's the last time you set foot in any holy building?
What religion does Aiden even?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I went to
Look at his hair, dude.
I went to a mosque recently out of respect for my friend.
Out of respect for what friend? What, was he a suicide bomber? What do you mean you went to a mosque?
That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You deserve to die, bro. Yeah. Nah, yeah.
Nah, that's crazy, bro. Nah, that's crazy.
We are.
This is one of these. This is one of these ones.
One of these ones.
Like I said, bro.
Everyone's used foul
No, it's not
language here.
that. It's not that. It's just when you disrespect people's religion, it's really ignorant. You know.
Why the? You're not even religious, bro. That's the biggest LARP I've ever heard of my life.
I respect my friend's religion. I said I went to a mosque to respect my friend.
I don't even know your friend. Why would I respect his
But
religion?
you just said something about a suicide bombing joke. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, was he a suicide bomber? If it was, I'm sorry. I take it back. My bad. Holy shit.
It's not that at all.
I hope it was a nice vest at least. Okay, jeez.
I'm just
where
saying.
Where are we at? What's the what's the next topic?
XQC's joining in like 2 minutes. I want to know what the fuck.
I can see why your relationships don't work out.
Oh yeah, like your relationship with God or your relationship with a gym? Yeah, okay, dude.
You're 40 years old with a fucking child. I pray for your child, but you're a horrible father.
That's great. Hey, listen. At least I'm self-made. I didn't have to beg Andrew Tate for every single part of my career.
I mean, I was rich before Tate.
I'm sure you were rich, but it wasn't because of shit that you did. I'm not even taking credit for your dad's business, dude.
Brody, we can go anywhere in public. No one knows who you are. Everyone knows who I am. So that's all I'm saying on that.
Yes.
Nobody
knows who I am. Everybody knows who's that one guy that
bro,
involved with Kay from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing anyone knows about him. That's the only thing that
You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
you're a 40-year-old.
Aiden, chill. Guys,
Train, you gotta play both sides here, bro. I know you're trying to break me off, but he's starting to
I am. Yeah, I said guys chilling, and you went.
I'm not gonna stay here and take shit from a 40-year-old. I'm not gonna do it.
Bro, you gotta.
I'm not gonna do it.
Guys, this is not. Listen. The last thing I want. Listen, if you guys.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be really careful when I walk by a daycare because I don't want any Aiden Ross fans to come out and beat the shit out of me. So I'll be really
funny, dude. Oh shit, dude. Oh. So
good harmless joke, though. I think the shit about the boss.
Nobody in this Discord laughed at that. Nobody in this Discord
I laughed at it. That's the only one I'm trying to make you laugh right now. So I'm good.
Yeah,
it is.
Okay, listen.
Yeah,
here's what we'll do.
This guy. You got all that things straight. Order on the court, bro. Order in the fucking court.
Listen.
I don't know how this happened.
Everyone quiet. Listen, everyone quiet. Okay, I am not AFKing ever again. Ever again am I AFKing on this fucking podcast.
It's not about AFKing. This guy has no TT, no morals. He has nothing. He has nothing to do with nothing at all. You're not a good person, I can tell.
Absolutely.
You're making suicidal jokes about mosques and shit, bro. That shit is weird.
Call me a time, Aiden. Try to high road me while you call me a about my divorce, please. Yes, keep doing it.
You are.
High road me more, please.
In a homophobic way. I mean, you are.
You don't say it in a homophobic way?
I've been saying 15 years. Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't mean it.
Okay, well, hey, I wasn't saying suicide bomber in a disrespectful way. He's got a lot of conviction for his beliefs.
Guys,
all right?
shut the. Both of you, shut the. Hey, listen, please, please.
I'm good.
Edward, no, there's no listen train.
Out of respect for you, Train, I'll be quiet. I got you.
No,
I got you.
It's not a respect.
I got you too, Train. I'll be quieter, okay?
Okay, listen, guys, like, what the does not listen to this podcast.
Good.
No, stop.
I'm here.
This podcast cannot be one of those things where people come on and they feel trapped and there's gonna be some drama expose bullshit. Okay?
Just calling me right now, bro.
If he wants to start throwing remarks and be disrespectful to be my friends and such, I'm a clap back, bro. It's that simple.
My manager's calling me right now. He go beg me to hang up on this.
It's that simple, bro.
No,
it's that simple, Train. If he's gonna be disrespectful, I'm gonna clap back.
Nick, please get the out of there, man. Got it. Get out, guys.
He's twice my age.
Oh my god.
Twice my age.
Shut the.
Chill.
You guys are such babies, bro. Holy shit.
I've been waiting for
All right, then.
Been waiting.
Did you guys see the UFO? Did you guys see the UFO?
I don't mean to be disrespectful on your podcast, though, bro. I'm sorry. I'll leave. I'm sorry, Train.
Bro said he's been saying it for 15 years.
I gotta go live. I love you, Train.
You're dipping?
Don't leave, bro.
I don't want to be disrespectful on this podcast.
No.
Brother,
we got a million things to talk about. Why don't you just go wash your face or something and drink some water and then come back and reset? Just relax, man. Relax.
I told Train I was gonna be here for an hour to 2 hours.
Aiden, you're staying, bro. Stay, bro.
You were already gonna be out for an hour?
I told him only an hour, two max, because I have to go do my shit.
I only got you for like 30 minutes, bro.
My E-Date starts in 15 minutes, Josh.
Oh, you have an E-Date?
Yeah, it starts in 15 minutes.
Jesus. So, okay, listen, brother. Okay, just take a breather.
So do you believe in destiny?
Yes, I believe in Destiny. Not this Destiny, though, but yes, the real Destiny, yes.
Okay.
Let's just relax, calm down. XQC's joining in 5 minutes. We'll talk about the Twitch stuff.
It's a good one though, for real. You guys. So wait, hold on. So you guys believe
survive
the Twitch
Train? Regardless, I have to be out by 9 for that E-Date.
By 9. Listen, brother. You can go wherever you'd like, but I think your chat would understand if you stayed and talked about that topic and then left. But if you want to leave, you can go. It is completely fine.
I'll be a little bit late. I just told you yesterday on stream. I told you I could leave in like 1 or 2 hours.
Okay. That's fine.
All right, 15 minutes, bro. Stay. We need you.
I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I got you.
You're good.
I'll relax. I'll chill out.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the topic train.
I mean,
You
we
gotta drop it.
Yeah, what was the topic train? Where are we at on this?
Well,
it's like, dude.
Bro, Train doesn't know
Twitch,
where
sorry.
the.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Bro, my headset was muted. I was in the bathroom talking to XQC.
Listen, Train, we're over it. We moved on. We just need the next topic. We're good to go.
Is that
what are we talking about?
Sorting these days, XQC?
Wait, what?
Don't we have the Twitch porn topic that they update their TOS?
Yeah, I'm waiting. He's joining up right now, and then we'll get into it. Jesus Christ, guys.
All right, well, until he joins up, so everybody here believes everything happens for like a reason, like every little thing.
No, I don't think anything happens for a reason.
You don't think anything happens for a reason?
Nothing happens for a reason.
I think we're strictly here, and this is it.
Damn.
I mean, that's what my brain was telling me.
That's crazy. Come from the guy that's just floating in space right now.
So like, what you never have a thing where like you're thinking about someone and then they just randomly call you?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, there's
I think
that's
I
like
mean, that's when I start thinking I got superpowers and shit.
Yeah, right.
I'm not gonna lie.
that's like synchronicity, like maybe. But what I'm saying is, I can't know if there's something beyond now. So all I can do is influence what I have in the present moment, right? I can only do what I can do now. Whether there is a god or not, I have no control or no agency over that because it doesn't seem like we can affect that at all in the present moment.
I pray every day that there is an afterlife, so some mother straight to hell, bro.
I'll tell you what I feel.
Every day.
I'll tell you what I feel. This is what I feel. I feel, and excuse my main character syndrome bullshit, I feel, based on everything going on, that right now, in some distant universe, okay, it's my 700,000th birthday. We're all immortal, some advanced beings. It's my 700,000th birthday, and I made a joke to my group of friends that I could survive any world, any circumstance, a world without logic, blah, blah, blah. So for my 700,000th birthday, they decided...
At Blakely Law Firm, we want to get you money for your car accident injuries, and we want to get you your money fast. We understand...
To punk me by putting me in this just absolutely logically backwards world full of absolute dumb... You understand? Led with leaders that are just hypocritical clowns. Okay, I have to be getting punked right now. It has to be.
Let's go. What's our big topic?
Twitch toss.
Yeah.
Shit.
Let's, Devin, you want to bring it up in like official capacity? The Twitch TOS topic.
Yeah, tell me what about it.
Wait, Nick, if you scoot up a little bit and start shaking, you might be an advocate for Twitch right now. Oh, whoa, whoa!
Oh yeah,
Bro,
like that. Just like that.
My balls ain't getting in my ass, man. There ain't no fucking way, man. I think I got.
No, I'm talking about just cover the nips, dude, and just.
Oh
the tip,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
You want? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, thank you for the
You
sub.
put a big fucking Godzilla cock like right here or some shit. Draw that shit on. Big motherfucker.
Like in 3D. Damn.
Something, man.
All right,
Those
Devin.
motherfuckers are going crazy over there.
Introduction to
Animated.
Here we go. Everyone, silence, please.
It's kind of out of nowhere. So Twitch just updated what they call their CCL, which is their content guidelines, and they wanted to be more clear on sexual conduct. But in doing so, they basically wanted to clarify it. So they basically presented it as keeping it the same, but then they updated a couple really important parts, notably nudity that's in drawn form, like art or hentai, that sort of thing, is allowed now. And so that made the art category go crazy and saw all kinds of like giant horse cocks and all kinds of shit last night.
Dude, octopus is just fucking people.
Yeah, but strangely, and something I think might be new information for this podcast, if you go to like X and you search for like Twitch bans, every one of those artists got suspended. They all got messages, and so apparently the trust and safety team has not heard the message that this is now allowed, and there's some internal conflict within Twitch that's going on about this. But the short of it is that
How could that
Twitch
even be a thing?
Twitch has basically tripled down on their sexual content policy, and they've said there's several different types of not safe for work stuff that's allowed as long as it is labeled correctly. But that's led to a problem of a lot of these streams are not labeled correctly, and now I can get specific about the sexual content that's been updated if people want, and I can also like give our own take.
Get into it.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like just as a real quick, I feel like Twitch got lost in that we like I don't know how long anybody here has been aware of like sexual content on Twitch. 7 or 8 years ago, the big like issue was girls playing League of Legends having webcams that were too big and then wearing sweaters or tops
vertical ones.
Yeah, that was like that was.
Thank you for the sub.
That was everything that we fought about. Now it's like, is it girls that are looking like they're basically naked and doing softcore porn? Is this okay? We've moved the goalposts so much because Twitch has like lost sight of like the regulation should have never been around. Like, what are the exact outfits or whatever? It should be like, what is like the intention of the particular thing you're doing? Yeah.
Destiny.
The problem here.
Sorry, cut you off. Yeah, because he says something important. It's an intention. One intention.
What?
He said intention. Then it's very difficult to prove. It's
No.
Hold on.
We're gonna get off into a thing. I want to like clarify what Twitch's position is. Okay.
Sure.
So just and for context for people that are listening, I'm in the advertiser space, and I have been for the last year. I used to do talent management, and now I when you talk about who's running ads on Twitch, that's me. That's my budget that I run on ads on behalf of clients, and I might pull that budget now as a result of this change. So I'm coming from that context, and I talk to Twitch directly about these things. So what Twitch is trying to do is they're towing the line between enabling female streamers. Their belief is that if they restrict these rules, and I'm just saying what Twitch is saying, okay? If they restrict these rules, they are taking power away from female streamers to do their job, which is already, in their mind, more difficult than it is for males to succeed. Okay, so every time you introduce a rule that's like, you can't do sexual content, they view that as penalizing female streamers. Right, so that's this side. Then the other side of Twitch says that's one side, okay? But the other side of Twitch says that okay, as advertisers like me, we spend millions of dollars on Twitch. We don't want to see sexual content on our feed. If a VP of advertising at one of my brands calls up and says, "Hey, my 13-year-old saw this or a giant horse cock on Twitch," I'm out. Pull my budget. That's minus whatever 1.5 million, whatever it is for Twitch. So these two sides warring together. Okay, so now that that's established, those are the two sides that are within Twitch and they're arguing. I think we can like go on to discuss.
Yeah, real quick on the intention thing. When you say intention is the hardest thing to figure out, I kind of half agree, but like when we say intention is hard to figure out, we're talking like when we're between here and here, intention is hard to figure out. So like I agree that in certain boundaries it can be, but right now we're like way the fuck over here. Exactly. We're not even close. It's like when you're listening to Fox with your parents say something like, "Oh, like I think that guy is a thug." And you look at him, it's like, was that racist? And you're not really sure, and you're like kind of in this gray zone, as opposed to some guy that shows up in like a neo-Nazi KKK outfit. When the guy shows up in the KKK outfit, nobody's saying like, well, it's hard to figure out the intention of like, is he being racist or not? Because you're so far over the line. And I think that's where we're at with like the content on Twitch right now. It is hardcore softcore. It's softcore porn, 100%.
Destiny.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That that's the gap is the same, except it moved position. Right? I feel like before it was more about nudity, and now it's more about sexuality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think the topic changed. It's why the bar moved, but I think the gap is still the same. Here's an example. Velvet used to jump around, whatever, and she had cleavage, right? And she had massive titties. I mean, guys, this is objective truth, right? You know Velvet 7?
Yes. You're completely right. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And she got suspended multiple times or whatever, right? And she objectively had
Aiden on Google right now, bro. You see shit?
Didn't have that much cleavage. She just had massive titties, right? So was her stuff like really sexual? It's kind of hard to tell. But some of these other girls are titties out entirely almost with like 5% covered, right? Some of them are not getting banned, right? So where do you really draw the line up was something sexual or not? I think it's the intention that matters the most, right? Because if you have big titties and you're barely and you're covering them a lot, I mean, is it sexual because you have bigger titties? I mean, where do you really draw the line?
But if you have the fucking tit, why you make it complicated?
Again, I don't understand
this. If you have the tits out and the camera's huge and the gameplay's small X, then what do you think they're fucking doing?
No gameplay. We're not fucking chilling.
Yeah, we're not even in gameplay anymore. We've moved like 10 years past that. Wherever we're at right now, like
I feel like
80%
you're giving
of it.
way too much credit, man.
Yeah, 80% of it needs to be banned, and we need to go back to
here. Wee woo. There's a fucking problem.
To be clear, Destiny, it will get banned. There's no way advertisers don't push back against this change.
I mean, we keep saying that, but like the more pie shit, that's like unreal. Like, what are we looking at? No,
I'm telling you, this is the line.
I know what you're saying, Devin. But how many years away are we from Indie Fox farting into the microphone?
That might be fun.
But it's just gotten more extreme from there. Like we're past that.
But when you have the visual imagery the way that it is on Twitch right now, that can't stand with advertisers. But Andy Fox farting into a microphone is probably fine. I mean, that's
well, but
not
it wasn't just her fart. It was her on the bed with the like booty shorts and with the everything else. It just seems
I mean,
like
she did get permabanned for that, right?
Well, eventually, after that was like the end of like Coomer War 2. Like, yeah, she did get banned, but we're like Coomer War 4 now. Like, it's just like unhinged.
And regardless of the guidelines, bro, people are just gonna keep bending it and bending it and bending it. It's just gonna be a never-ending loop.
Because all of the people that did this stuff yesterday, they're all banned now. Like if you go to
they're
Twitter,
not. No, what the fuck are you
yes,
talking
they
about?
are.
Go to the directory now.
But it's an internal problem, though.
Nick, to be clear, there are more people doing it. But if just go onto Twitter and search Twitch ban, and you'll see artists.
That's the most important.
Oh my god!
No, but you're missing the point. The most important thing is that you just scroll the directory. That's all it is.
I understand, but what I'm saying is this is not going to last. Twitch is banning this aggressively.
Oh, okay.
There are,
I mean, they got a lot of people.
Yeah, maybe they didn't get the memo yet.
But didn't you say it's a disconnect between trust and safety and the actual rules implemented?
Yes, yes, it is.
So they're not intentionally banning to draw a line. They're banning so there's a disconnect of information between Dan Clancy.
No, the problem is I don't know what side is actually calling the shots. On one hand, on one hand you have Dan Clancy and the head of sexual content policy guidelines on a podcast saying we're like allowing this stuff, we're lenient with this kind of stuff. But on the other hand, you have like the whole trust and safety team not doing that and banning super aggressively. Literally dozens of artists have been banned. So I don't know what's it's like an internal war at Twitch. I don't know what's happening.
Don't call them artists, bro.
I'm looking at it now. This is
fucking
wild.
do that, bro.
This is wild. Like, brother, like we're talking full on. Like we're not even talking anime pussies. We're talking about like
artists.
Yo, Devin.
We're talking
hey, honey, go get the paint. Let's paint a fucking cock on my forehead. I'm gonna be an artist.
Toes being like advertised. Like
we can make some money.
Like massive screen. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what they're doing.
Twitch just chatting is literally softcore porn now.
What confuses me is what did Twitch expect to happen? Like when they thought like, of course people are gonna push it to the highest degree they possibly can. I just don't understand what the.
If there's disconnect internally, why is the user punished? Why is the streamer or the partners punished? As far as they can tell, they're just listening to the rules. So why, even though it's okay to.
I don't correctly. Yeah, I have an answer for you. There's two separate documents. Okay, so there's the updated sexual content policy, right, which states a certain thing, and there's another document still on the website that says yes, that's fine, but if you have exposed genitalia, that's not okay. So literally, the documents themselves are contradicting each other. And I agree with you. Ideally, the end user shouldn't be punished, but the TOS like they can't get their shit together. They don't know which is which.
How old you got to be on Twitch?
13, 12 or 13. Yeah.
You can create an account.
At
13, you can't stream unless you're 18.
Yeah, you know what? You know what test I want? Here's a test that I want, and this is so simple. Here, I'm posting a stream in chat. This is what I think psychologically the test should be. You need to ask yourself, okay, would you be okay with a 14-year-old doing this? And if the answer is clearly no, then I think it should be like probably not okay for Twitch. If it's like somebody streaming and they've kind of got like some big, what do you mean? Like on what?
Why is my mouse a fucking hammer?
Holy shit, it is.
If you're playing a violent...
Holy fuck, my mouse is a hammer.
Hold on, wait, excuse me. I know you're not about to say if you're playing a violent video game. There's no way you're going to say something that fucking stupid, right?
If you're playing a violent video game...
You're on some fucking retarded shit right now. You're just trolling. No,
dare me.
I'm not good.
Dare me. Dare me. Dare me.
Holy fuck. That's crazy.
You see that?
I've been here.
What do you mean a hammer?
It's a fucking hammer. You're supposed to be able to put kids in it or something, maybe.
Bro, you know what's weird about this one? Yeah,
click the fucking link, people, please, bro, please. And then put your mouse over her body.
That she never messes up. Like if she moves like a centimeter, it's over.
No, they're not naked. They're not naked. They have a cover beneath them.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, bro.
Listen, her specifically, she's on my recommended all the time. On the side, under the following, all the time on Twitch.
You just told on yourself, low key.
I swear to God, no, but that's the only one. She's always on recommended.
Yeah,
bro.
you gotta stop clicking on that motherfucker.
I'm telling you,
no, you guys told me to click on it.
I've never.
It would recommend to Mo regardless because of the algorithm. Yeah.
Holy shit!
She starts her stream and
Does she have anything?
Everybody. Yeah.
Yes.
Does she have like
it's in the algorithm, bro. It's not me. It's in the algorithm.
Yeah. No.
This is the only channel Twitch recommends me.
If he had had that shit on YouTube, it would be
The hammer's hitting anywhere it wants, dude.
You
What
see
the
that,
fuck
bro?
is
You
going
can hit
on?
the left hit or the right hit. Come on, bro. No, back to Destiny's point. And XQC, you gotta stop fucking doing this shit, bro. You just love to play right down the center, huh? So you're okay with a fucking kid clicking on that thing?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No, but you're just bouncing around, bro. Look. The creators know what they're doing. Yes, there's a problem with TOS, and yes, there's a problem with the people in charge, but it doesn't mean that the creators aren't to be held accountable. I mean, yo, be responsible. Don't be a stupid fuck. That shit's crazy. All right,
You're
well,
right,
don't,
but
then
with
say it.
With the correct tags and the correct things and sections and implemented systems, if you have an account that's at a certain age, some like categories won't appear. Everything goes banned for them. I think everything's fine. It's just what it is. Like there's some safeguards you could put in that
So
are
what would you
reasonable.
do? So what would you do? You make it 18 plus or something?
Right now, 468 million children are surviving in war zones and.
Oh no, you take that shit off the site.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, you don't have it on the site?
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know.
Yeah, take it off the site. Are you kidding me? This is just
Yeah. All right, I just making sure we're on the same page because you keep trying to play both sides. You know, we gotta.
No. Because once you you need to understand. Streamers are literally brain dead. Okay, everybody's like a monkey. Okay, and they just jump from one to another. Okay, and what people do, they make metas and they abuse metas and then they push it to the limit until it breaks. Okay, and what's gonna happen is that if this gets too many views and this gets too big, people are gonna start losing the views race against other people. And we're gonna start doing gameplay with a corner of a drawing being made by somebody else or some shit of big ass cities because people like watching that. So they have gameplay, camera, and titties at the same time. And everybody just start min-maxing all these systems and everybody just start doing it. It's gonna be a fucking disaster for because if you don't, you lose. Sorry, are you a loser streamer?
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
And what confused me
Play
is
the game a little bit.
known that before they knew that it's going to become more lenient. Like,
Guys, but look, man. I mean, we can't just talk about this game and the only way to be successful in the game is to have big tits and show them on stream. I mean, there's a lot of ways to be successful in this game of streaming and content creating. I mean, titties aren't the only one, right? So
yeah, but it's the simplest. By a long shot.
Yeah, but I also think you have to factor too. Like, imagine, and I know this is hard. It's weird. Like, imagine if you're like a woman on this site trying to make it. Like, it's already weird enough that like there's kind of this expectation you've got like at least a fansly, and now you're on Twitch streaming as a woman, and
at
it's
least
like
a what?
You have to have at least like a fan house or not an OnlyFans, at least like a fansly or a fan's house. Like you don't. People expect you to have something, and now you're sharing
Are there examples of pretty popular girl streamers that don't have those things?
Yes, they are, but they get berated and they get annoyed, and people in the channel are like,
those are the true legends right there.
Hold on. Don't get too far away from it. Okay, fine. Put that to the side though. Those examples still exist, and I would argue that the most popular ones. Maybe not all of them, but I mean a lot of them don't have the fucking OnlyFans, don't have the fucking fan.
Yes, hold on. Yeah, I agree, but even though they don't have it, the pressure of the viewers is overwhelming, and it's not even by a long shot.
Look, I don't think that's okay. I mean, it's okay, but
it's annoying.
It's annoying. I completely agree. But I'm just saying that you guys are saying you're like implying that the titty thing is a game, and if you don't do it, you're gonna get beat by it. And I don't think that that's a fact. I think that it can be true.
The problem is that if you look at the per capita number, there's one of those successful female streamers for every like 200 or 300 men. So if you look at the top 100 list, top 500 list, top 1,000
I'm not comparing the female to the guy thing. I'm not gonna I'm talking about girls who have the OnlyFans and girls who don't. That's what I'm talking about.
The reason that's important is that whenever Twitch enforces any kind of whenever Twitch enforces heavier sexual content policy rules, right? Their argument is they're making it more difficult for all females to succeed.
Yeah, but that's not true.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
True. So who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Yes. Let me pause you. I like using the real world in order to give an example. If a pastor for Nick. Okay, listen. But Nick, you've seen what people do for views. You see how people transcend their content to get more successful. You've seen it, right? If I told you right now, you have 1,000 viewers right now, and you can get to 2,500 tomorrow if you just do this. You lower your camera by fucking 10%, 10 degrees. Do you do it? I mean, do you do it? You and now. If you do, you have to, all you do is tilt your camera downward a little bit.
He's well known for not doing this.
You would. I imagine you would.
If game with you, bro. I don't have to do that. So no.
I'm telling you, most 99% of the people would do it.
That's
for a lot,
fine.
and for a lot of them,
That's
that's
them,
it.
you're you, I'm me, and look, like there's girls that exist that are killing the fucking game that don't do that shit. So as long as there's examples like that,
Yeah, but it's way harder. That's like you said.
When the landscape is.
But how does having titties on the platform make it less harder?
It's so
Like,
funny
I didn't
for
say it
Nick.
wasn't harder. I'm just saying.
No, but the example for Nick doesn't work because he literally doesn't move his camera down at all. So like, if it's like, it's
fucking
like,
I
don't know, man. I don't like. I don't like
yeah, no, listen.
I don't like the way
Also,
we're doing this,
no,
man.
yeah, I'm gonna add this in. Listen, I keep seeing posts about, people need to see nudity or the upper half of the breasts as an artistic form and stop sexualizing it. But let me ask you this: like, it's very easy to take the moral high ground and high road that point and post about that for the pander points of 2023 woke culture. But at the end of the day, it sure as hell feels to me that the women themselves, like XQC said, are choosing to sexualize themselves because it is the easy view. So how can you backpedal into that stance to protect yourself?
There you go.
From the criticism.
There's nothing.
Well,
Wait. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with people that want to go down that route, and nobody's crying about it. Those women aren't crying about it. But the issue is when you make a platform for a particular thing.
Where they're doing
it. When you make a platform for a particular thing, it kind of it up for everybody else when you expect it to be another thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a really good example of this is the proliferation of low effort content across what were traditionally high effort content platforms. A really good example is like the History Channel. If you were alive like 20 years ago, you turn on the History Channel, it's like documentaries about like World War II and Vietnam and all sorts of shit. If you turn on every single channel today on TV, it's all reality TV shit. And like we can say, well, if they want to make reality TV, it's fine and it makes money and people watch it. Like, yeah, sure, but like it'd be nice if I could go somewhere that didn't have reality TV trash and I just watch this particular thing. And I feel like for Twitch, like if I'm gonna go see tits on the internet or softcore porn on the internet, there's a billion websites that I have bookmarked right now that I can go and watch. Why the f- have that on Twitch? There's no reason for it there.
100%.
Yeah. It's because people are cornered into competing. People are starved. What happens is that because of this whole phenomenon, brother, it's the same thing with misinformation, with news outlets. People don't even do real news anymore. They just do clickbait. Why? Because they're dying to dog shit. They have to adapt to dog shit. It is what it is. I mean, it's just the landscape, and I just think that at least Twitch should have something like Coomer glasses. You go to the fucking site, and you go to a directory, and you see no Coomer shit. If you want to do the Coomer shit, you click on Coomer glasses, it puts it on, and all the channels that intentionally put sexualized content now start to appear. It is what it is. That NSFW filter. Yeah, that would fix it. I think
It won't fix it. You have to get it off the website because of advertisers. Because the website can't be profitable without.
They won't pay.
Not only that, but even banks, like for example, banks won't even do transactions with not safe for work content. This is the problem that OnlyFans had, for example, when they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go safe for work." It's because banks are so fucking hardcore about not safe for work versus safe for work transactions. You have to pay 5 to 7% per transaction. If you go not safe for work route.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they tax it way up. Wow.
Amazon, wait, why did they do that? Wait, why is it more expensive for sex shit?
Sorry, why they charge more?
Yeah.
There's different federal regulations around those banks. It's literally law. There's different regulations. So
that's W. They should put that way. It should be 50%.
What do you mean?
Shit, you want to show your titties, man? Give me half your shit. Well, I mean, if you can make shit worse,
I mean, it is probably in some countries.
It should be 50%.
Let me ask. I want to bring this point up real quick. Okay. Tell me. Wait. Okay. So I keep seeing posts, and I see a lot of support from a lot of viewers. Right. The vocal minority of viewers. Right. The ones that are loudest. Yeah. That's right. I see a lot of support in
favorite.
Yeah. I see a lot of support in the stances of. Twitch has never been a platform for children. I've seen takes like Twitch. What's the other one? Twitch should be, or what the kids watch should be on the parents' responsibility. I've seen takes that are, if you don't like it, don't watch it. So let me ask you this: these are takes that I've had previously in the past, right? Yeah, now let me ask you this: where the fuck was this energy now? Listen, I get it. It's the woke, pandering bullshit culture where because it's sexual empowerment, people are gonna get behind it. But if you truly are consistent,
here's the connection.
If you're truly consistent to that take, why was the energy different last year when they came at specific gambling, not even the shady type of gambling? They came after I would say, the most transparent, authentic type of gambling that actually had somewhat of control and had somewhat of a public message of advocating against it. Yes, I was playing it, but where is the energy there? Where is the energy of, oh, it's the parents' responsibility? Where is the energy of, don't watch it if you don't like it? Where is that energy that Twitch is not primarily a child platform back when they were advocating on their high horses for a year straight, crying, screaming out loud about the banning of gambling to protect the children? Where are those people now? What are their takes now? Why are they getting behind this now? It doesn't make any sense to me. Can we please discuss that? Tell me what the fuck is going on?
You should have got one of them on the pod today.
You really should have.
I don't like crapping people.
I wanted to know their opinion on that. Like,
But I don't know if they low-key get cooked.
Yeah,
I don't know if I qualify for that. I mean, I opposed gambling on Twitch, and I also oppose sexual content on Twitch for the same reason, so I can discuss it. But,
yeah,
How would it differ?
I also oppose the gambling on Twitch, except that we never got that. They opposed the steak on Twitch. That's all that happened.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
Very inconsistent in its own. Listen, if you want to talk about, like, we could segue into the other topic. I want to stay on this topic, but listen, if you want to talk, they kept fighting for the children, this gambling stuff. If you look it up, the most prevalent form of underage gambling is sports betting. The number one gambling in the world for underage children, for underage adults or underage humans, is sports betting. It is a number one, yet it is so culturally accepted, it is normalized, and is all over the place on Twitch. Twitch, Amazon, its parent company, has a multi-billion-dollar deal in which these ads play on Twitch, yet I don't hear a fucking word. And now we're moving on to this new TOS, and people are saying, oh, Twitch was never a child platform. Oh, don't watch if you don't like it. Oh, what's going on? Why is no one saying anything about this?
Why do you think no?
People called me crazy for so long, and I said,
it doesn't fit their agenda.
Time has told.
Doesn't fit their agenda. That's absolutely right.
I'll try and change it. Guys, I want to make a good point I made yesterday that was kind of quiet because it was late at night. Okay, back in the days when it was the gambling drama, okay, people were making tweets as it was happening, and they made tweets directly when the policies were adjusted, right? And it was all about protecting the children, right? Yesterday the policies were updated and things will start going off the rails. No big streamers tweeted to say the children yesterday, right? Or today. Where's this children defense? Where's everybody now? I thought it was all about defending or protecting the children. Now everybody disappeared. Why? I don't get that.
So what is the agenda exactly? How would you define that agenda?
The agenda is just it's just like these.
We don't know their agenda.
It's just this hypocrisy.
We're just assuming that there's a plan in motion.
It's power control. It's just jealousy.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just that.
So my especially like over the last, we have a lot to talk about here because like over the last year, it feels like most of these broadcasters have just taken the absolute middle of the road take, say the most lukewarm shit to get by and generate like whatever everybody else wants to hear and move on. And that's like been the meta of a lot of these like really big people now. So I think that no one is going to comment on this from that side because they just it's just simply they want to toe the line.
I don't think this topic's
okay.
I also don't think this topic's big enough for them to talk about it. There aren't other big streamers. No, but listen, there aren't big streamers like you or Train or whatever to have a debate on stream about with this fucking thing. This topic is not big enough for any of these guys to come up and talk up and start making public tweets, band together, and create outrage.
Hey, I'm gonna one up your thing and say there's nobody that's competing with them or making more money than them or threatening their livelihood. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about the size of what it's about. It's about how threatened their economy is and how much distraction they're losing because they're not doing it.
Exactly. It doesn't affect them at all.
It could be possible. But the way I view it is like streamers love talking about shit when there's something to gain from it.
For sure.
And I think that's a big part of the puzzle for me when I think about this topic, and that's why I think we haven't seen shit.
Yeah, true. It's just that unfortunately, streamers, like I said earlier, they're branded monkeys. They're all about the numbers. I don't blame them. It is what it is. Okay, I should like that at my early beginnings. But a lot of times when
you're still like that, buddy. Don't get it fucked up.
No, I mean, it's not all about it.
You
It's-
are. You
it's
saw a
not
clip
much-
from me. No, you saw a clip from me, and you went on for 10 minutes. And me and you are good buddies. I mean, I think anyway. But you didn't even know the fucking half of it.
You
so
you
were a
you,
brain
you
dead
could
ape.
be my dad.
You
I
were a
still
brain
cook your
dead
shit
ape.
up.
That's fine. You were a brain dead ape talking shit on a 20-second clip. And I had to DM you say, listen, you didn't even watch Pat's Rocket, and you didn't watch it. So you're that. Don't act like you're
Fight
different.
me.
I am too.
Fight me.
I don't want to fight you. I'll kiss you.
Listen.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, I gotta call him on his bullshit, you know what I mean? This guy's trying to play no science, this guy XQC, you know what I mean? This motherfucker's the same one. Alright, sorry.
But I think you're missing. Okay. Still, okay. Even if I did that, and you thought it was bad views or whatever. Let's say you have a point. I can see that point to you. Okay, fine, I did that. The main point, that's not the main argument I was saying. The main argument I was saying is that if somebody does something like controversial or something kind of spicy or whatever, right? The chance somebody's going to talk about them, right, changes drastically, whether or not they are overtaking somebody in viewership, getting more opportunity than them, going past them, making more money, and that inherently really sucks because it shouldn't be because that we're competing and I'm not going past you. You should be talking about it. You should be whether it's right or wrong. Not because I'm going past you, but all these people it's always like, oh, dude. This guy normally has 20K viewers. Now he's doing this gamba shit. Now he's getting 50K, and it's really popping off. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that because of my morals, my whatever, right? So I'm gonna say, oh my god, guys, this is so shitty because they're going past you, and that's really fucking shit of a behavior to do when everybody's doing that shit.
It's just jealousy, right? It's annoying too.
That's
I will
really
say though, it's also annoying to like feel pressured to speak on things that maybe you don't want to fucking talk about. And I'm sure we all deal with that in our own ways. And like I think a lot of times, content creators and people in our space just say, you know what, man, like this isn't one that I want to dip my toes in, you know?
Yeah,
so
true.
they might feel a certain way about it, but they just don't want to pick that fight.
Okay, hold on. I want to take a pause. What did you say that I didn't agree with that made you feel like that? I wonder now. Say it. Confirm me about it.
You told me that would you say that I was taught that I said something about my contract that was wrong? Yeah, but I didn't. I talked about my contract for an hour and I was very specific. Maybe I didn't include every detail, but who does that on their fucking contracts? I just said that I signed a very big deal, a life-changing deal, and I didn't preface that it was 2 deals in one. I just said kick, and you were upset about that. But I don't know if that's enough to be upset about. I mean, I talked for an hour on it, and all you did was tune into the clip.
You choose your okay. I'm still gonna call you out today then. You chose your wording very carefully. You said
in the clip.
This is in the. I mean, still though, that's still important. The nuance is important here. Because this is something that I
okay,
felt.
Well, let me ask you something though. How many times have you been clipped, and just instead of someone just tuning into the 20 seconds, they watch the whole thing of what you said? You didn't even go back to see what I said, because I talked about that for like an hour. Look, I'm over it. I'm just saying that you be doing that shit too. You be talking about anything and everything, which is fine. It's your game. But you were talking about my shit off a fucking 20-second clip. And I talked about it for an hour. So imagine that. Because I said so many fucking things that you didn't pick up on. And you went off on me on your stream. And I'm totally cool with it, bro. I fucking love you. But I was just making it a point that Nick, you do that shit too.
You're right. You're right. Right. But a lot of times when that shit happens, okay, and there's hints of something else, I immediately switch stances immediately.
That's fair. That's fair.
If somebody said, yo, he misspoke, look 10 seconds into the VOD, he said this, and you debunked it, I'll be fine with it. But if I say on stream, I'm like, yo, guys, I got this new ball and it's red, right? And then so he watches this. So he watches this and says, "Yo, guys," she says he has a red ball, and then I'm like, "Dude, no, what the fuck? It was blue. It was blue." But in the VOD,
believe me, I get it, bro. I had so many of my people, the community that I had, the M-fam, in those comments on every Dexerto, Jake idiot tweet saying, "Yo, you guys didn't even watch the VOD." He said that, and they were trying to put the clips under it, and then you spoke on it, and it was just off that 20-second clip. It's all good. Look, I have no malice in my heart. I was just making it a point that you do that shit too.
Yeah, to be fair,
I was upset because people have this narrative.
We've all been clipped out of context where it's just like the 20 seconds when we said so much more. You know,
can I ask something as an outsider on this topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really dial. Like, I only know this from you guys talking about it. In your explanation outside of the clip, Nick, did you express the whole, like, you know, the fact that like you had 2 separate contracts and that the gambling was on one and the stream was on the other or whatever?
No, but at the time I didn't even know that. I thought it was all one contract.
Oh,
fair enough.
Then okay, then that's
but we
X, you can't be mad at that.
Okay, I know, but the clip itself. No, but the
Well,
clip itself, it sounded a lot like more direct than it actually was because we were talking about it for an hour in a very open format. So when you just clip 20 seconds.
To be fair,
know,
I got
it's
upset.
so isolated.
I was upset at Nick as well because the wording was poor.
Yeah,
But
you saw the clip.
But he explained. No,
Listen, Train.
But he
Train,
explained himself.
Do you want to give the viewers a little bit of context
Yeah,
on what's going on?
He explained himself to me in text, and I texted him privately when we dealt with it there. But so the context is this, okay? I'm not giving dial on Nick. It's actually mostly every streamer that does it so far, except for a couple, right? I think there is a. This is my opinion. I'm gonna give you the context, and then I'm gonna give you my opinion. Okay, so the context is a lot of people on Twitch, they believe this weird narrative that when you get a kick deal, you must gamble with the kick deal. This is the narrative being pushed, okay? And I think it is a lot easier for streamers to kind of just let it happen and not distinguish that that's not the case than to, the other way around. So what happens is every stake deal you see, okay, it was the desire of the streamer to get it. Kick wants to stay away from that entirely. So it is the management that went after it out of their way to make sure it happens. Most of the time, almost all of the time, okay, Kick wants to stay away from the gambling. So it is the other party that is asking for the contract, for the stake contract, which is a separate contract. That is what we're talking about. X was upset that it wasn't clarified because Kick got a lot of hate for that. And Nick is saying that it was an out-of-context clip and he didn't realize that you should have clarified on it.
Trent. Listen, I was reporting so this not something that came later on. This is something that was at the beginning of the platform, at the first iteration of the idea of Kick as a platform. That was already in the mindset, into the works. Bro, I was at the club with fucking Your Rage, okay, and with Yasuo, and we're talking about this, and I talked to Eddie about making Kick like 2 years in the past. And it was already about that. And it always stayed about that. And it's why I'm so adamant about fighting this fight, because I know how it is. I know how it was, And seeing people like me break the image like that, it just sucks. It just sucks because we're very involved in this project.
And so the image of Kick is it being a separate entity from Stake, right?
Yeah, it's always supposed to be like that, but yes, it's a completely different product. Yes.
Yeah, it's trying to even get away from the gambling as well, but like I said, people want it.
Isn't it hard to do that though when they're owned by the same company?
I don't know if we want to have this discussion, but as the only person not on a kick contract here or kickback line, I would definitely take issue with this.
What I mean by get away from the what I mean by get away from the gambling is
like marketing wise.
No, they don't want so streamers.
Okay, so we're pussyfooting around it.
Marketing wise, streamers that we're acquiring from other platforms, we would prefer them not gamble, but they would like to gamble and they would like the stake contract.
Many
so that's
of those
why
deals have gambling deals attached.
Devin, I will tell you. Sorry for cutting you off. I'm sorry about that. Listen. You need to understand that many gambling streamers were literally denied kick deals on the basis they're gambling streamers. Almost all of them. There are no gambling.
Say hello to Jergens Melanin Glow, the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Only as their main content that is currently on Kick as their main shit at this point. Only the early guys on. Yeah, go look it up. There's like Yasuo, I think, a couple gamblers. I think they stopped signing people that do gambling as their main content. I know of many, not saying names, at least 3 people that are pretty big that are gambling as their main content and were denied kick deals from the get-go.
So you know the structure of a basic kick contract. You probably reviewed dozens of these. Okay, I also know it. I've also reviewed dozens of these. Okay, so you know the hourly rate, right? And you know the percentage of people have to stream on Kick, and you know that in many of those contracts there is an attachment for gambling. Right?
There's an attachment.
There's
an attachment for gambling.
I don't know how specifically we want to get into kick shit here because I don't really feel comfortable. I'm the only one here that isn't getting a kickback from them in some way.
Wait. I structured it. I helped structure that hourly thing.
Are you not paid by Kick at all?
Paid by Kick? By how?
Anyway, I'm just curious.
I'm not.
So no, Devin, just
really?
It's
okay,
fine.
So
No, Devin, you're completely good. So you believe or you've seen contracts that
I have
require gambling.
personally reviewed many contracts with gambling stipulations in
Right.
them.
And
Yes. Yeah.
And here's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Was the gambling set forth as a requirement by Kick, or did the streamer want to
that.
gamble?
I've seen both.
It's there's no way.
Okay. But to be
It's not
clear,
possible.
Kick,
It's not
sorry.
possible.
Let me answer that clearly. If Kick is not forcing gambling on anybody, I don't think. But like, that's not what I'm trying to say. But but to say that, what I'm saying is to say that Stake and Kick are divorced from each other is just a non sequitur. It's just not true.
Oh, no,
and
no,
it can't
okay.
be true because there's no way the site can make money unless the
it's
you're
the same with
profiting on.
Okay, it's the same with Twitch. How much of Amazon do you feel on Twitch? How much Amazon products do you feel when you're on Twitch? Not a lot. It's how they want it for Kick. They want you to go on Kick and feel Stake.
Yes, but Amazon is not pushing slots on people.
Oh my fucking god! I mean, they're pushing their own deals and their own advertisers on it. They're pushing all
Amazon
the
is an
products.
e-commerce platform.
Prime and shit.
Twitch is pushing slot ads.
Okay, wait.
let's
I didn't know we were gonna get here. I just want everybody to.
Holy shit! Oh yeah, listen. Okay,
I didn't know
Train.
this would
Also,
turn into this.
I love you, Train. I gotta
No,
hop.
you don't
I gotta hop.
No,
I gotta hop.
no, you don't. No,
I
you
do.
don't have to hop anywhere, bitch ass. You don't go anywhere. What is on you?
Let's bounce back to the
where to go?
TOS thing
I
before he
have to go.
gets this.
No, where do you go? Tell me where.
I'm gonna go do drugs. Hey, I got fun things I want to do tonight. I gotta wake up at 9 a.m. in the morning. I gotta put my 4 hours in here. Okay.
No, you're not going yet. I don't give.
I have to go.
No, you're not. You're not going. You're not going anywhere.
I do. I need to leave.
Leslie, I'm not kidding. You're not going anywhere.
I don't want him to leave either, but if he does leave, Aiden might unmute.
yeah, Aiden will come back.
I'm just playing.
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first though, so that we're cool? Because
Yeah,
I won't leave
apologize,
bad
because the
terms.
shit you said about the Moscow was kind of...
It was... I'll apologize to him. I don't know if he can hear me. He might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
Aiden,
you have him muted?
I don't know if this is gonna be a real one.
Oh, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Listen, Aiden, we had a conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we could do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to... love you. Bye.
See, I sniffed it out from that. I sniffed it out from the rat. There's no shot.
Aiden, send the goons. Send the goons after him, Aiden.
I don't know what you were saying. Come on, man. Listen, that shit's not gonna be real.
All right. Well, Aiden, if you missed it, he did say he was sorry.
You have full permission.
He apologized.
Do whatever you... that was fucked up. I did not... I should have known better, but I did not.
Bro, Train, I don't care. Now I can actually talk.
I think that's just Destiny's way of just saying I love you, right?
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's a complicated guy.
That's a really good way to look at things, man.
Can I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little bitch about it.
No, I actually got texts to Nick. I couldn't say anything. Couldn't talk.
No way. Okay, my bad.
Him and fucking Destiny were subtweeting each other.
No, were they really? You guys are going at it?
Really?
He was trying to get my Twitter community deleted. He's trying to tell people to spam report it, but nobody did.
Actually?
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah, it's all good.
Man, we right here in the call, and all that bitch shit's going on, huh?
Literally.
Crazy. That's
good.
wild, bro.
This is what I'm saying.
Isn't that wild?
Can I now speak?
Yeah. Go quick. My bad. Yeah.
Thank God. I was silenced.
No.
Hey, mentally or there.
Hey, W's in chat for Myth. W's in chat for Myth. He said what I couldn't.
I don't.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Somebody I heard somebody was talking shit as soon as I left. Did it happen? Wait, what?
Wait, we need Rage's opinion. He's been quiet down there, bro. You need to speak up. Come on.
This isn't.
Everybody knows I hate
the
the hypocrisy and that bullshit, but like it's not changing. I want it to change.
Listen, are you back?
Actually, do you have
Yeah, wait.
Are you
wait. Yeah,
I'm curious about that too, man.
He did like a fake exit to cause Drama to come back because he's young. Okay, so go ahead, Destiny.
What are you talking about? Wait, hold on. No, I'm high. I heard somebody was talking shit. I left. I don't know. My whole chat said.
Streets say you trying to get somebody's Twitter community deleted.
You just said you tried deleting a Twitter community, which.
Oh, Aiden's community should be spam report off the internet. Yeah, they've been posting pictures of my family and my address for the past 2 hours.
That's good.
Yeah, Aiden's not doing shit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Aiden,
Come on, bro. Aiden, come on.
You're Aiden. You are fine. Aiden.
Come on, bro.
Aiden.
I have no control over that.
Aiden. You're Aiden. Look at this. No. Listen, it's all part of the game. Listen, I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate it. I I appreciate it. It's fine.
You do the same shit to me,
looking
too.
for the high schoolers rolling up, okay, with their pistols or whatever. That's cool. I'm just saying you can't call me a 50 times, get mad when I make one Wilson joke, then have your community try to dox me for 2 hours, posting pictures of my family, and then sit here and cry, and then say like a cry bullshit, bro. You don't have get some control over your life, okay? Jesus Christ. But anyway, have fun. I love you guys. Okay, now I'm going for real. Peace out.
You both.
Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Let me talk on this.
I can't control that, by the way.
It's Aspendental's anniversary savings event with 20% off treatment plans for all patients. Book today.
The idea of a one-state solution in which the two peoples will live together and jointly govern the whole territory is a sort of a myth which is created in coffee shops in Paris and London. You can sit and chat about the one-state solution there, and it all looks hunky-dory. You know, peoples can just live together if they just want to.
Wow, man, he could just be having a bad day. Yeah, what if he is? What if it's just like a bad day for that dude?
I don't know. You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers, and I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner. She protects balance. And do you know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room? Do you know their reaction?
What they say? They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded,
good.
and I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
Yeah.
I don't know. You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel.
True. Okay, I buy it.
Yo. Oh, hi. How's it going?
It's going okay. I just want you to know, okay?
Bro.
What?
That was the longest piss you've ever taken.
Oh, yeah. I resisted the greatest temptation this morning, okay? I hope you're proud of me. Because you left your Discord logged in on the laptop that you gave back to me, and I logged
There
out
is
immediately.
nothing exciting in my
That's fine, but I was tempted to sit there for 2 hours and read every single message, and I didn't. So you're welcome. I just want credit for that. Okay, it was a lot to overcome. If I wouldn't have been on my Vivance, I definitely would have read every single message. So, but I didn't. So there you go.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also,
Alright.
if you had, it would have been a big waste of 2 hours.
Don't care.
How'd you feel about the Benny conversation?
It was good. It was a good conversation. It was the only unfortunate
Sound
thing
disappointed.
Well, I liked it. I think I need more pushback because I feel like we basically agreed on everything, which is a common thing. But I guess it's interesting at his perspective. I need to figure out how I want to run combos like that because, like, do we want to like ultra deep dive into like one particular thing, or because I kind of like just bounced around and I asked him a ton of questions like sequentially through history, and then we basically agreed on most things with some minor disagreements. But I feel like if I was talking to somebody, maybe that Avi Schleim or whatever, maybe.
Is that the guy was on with Piers Morgan, the handsome one?
No. That I don't. People keep saying I talk to that guy.
Sam Youssef.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude, but he's not like a historian. I don't know if I would care to like. He seems like he'd be fun to chat with, but not over anything like substantive.
Okay, he'll be the last. Avi Schleim. I messaged him once already. I haven't heard anything. Once your video goes up, though, maybe I'll link to your Benny conversation. Do you think Avi's going to disagree with you? Is he more pro-Palestinian than Benny was?
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, I'd be interested in. I think he can probably justify the Palestinian side a bit more.
Okay. Do you feel like Benny was too willing to agree with you? Like, does it feel like Benny even like grifted to your positions more, or?
No, I don't think so. But like, probably a lot of the research I've done so far has kind of been informed by some of his historical works. So we just, yeah, yeah. The arrogant thing I want to say, I don't want to be arrogant, but it's like every conversation where when I talk to an expert in a field, like I'm generally just parroting expert opinion anyway. It's not like I'm doing any unique or novel research, so we end up agreeing on most things. So I'm trying to find like an expert that doesn't agree with me as much, that isn't also fucking insane. And it seems really hard to find those for Palestinian people. Like I don't think a conversation between like Pape or whatever would be worthwhile. Finkelstein would be a mean, fun conversation, but like historically, I don't know how worthwhile it would be. The Avi Schleim guy though, I think would be interesting because he does seem to have like a good, honest, like pro-Palestinian position without being completely deranged. So,
right, he's not unbiased. Is Norman Finkelstein? I know he's a political scientist. Is he a historian specifically, Norman Finkelstein?
I think he is, but like, I feel like something happens. I feel like there's this phenomenon with people where they get like one bad event that happens in their life, and that becomes like the defining fucking thing for their entire psyche for the entire rest of their existence. So like, is it Brett Weinstein is a really good example of this.
Yes.
He's the guy, that one event happened in Evergreen, and I don't think he'd said anything great, and now he's just like, he's a loser, and he will be a loser for the rest of his life. I think for Finkelstein, I think it was the stuff at that college and him not getting tenure basically sent him down like, the Holocaust is a whole fucking industry the Jews use, and they're all blah, blah, blah. Like, it feels like it just sent him down like a really stupid road. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. Hey, Tom.
Shalom.
What's up,
Turkey?
Turkey?
Evan, Erudite, how's it going?
Hello.
How you doing? I'm not doing bad. I just want to hop on and talk about Mr. Ross, Aiden Ross, my fellow Zoomer, my peer. So you guys
have any questions about Benny Morris? You have no intellectually stimulating combos?
Literally don't fucking know who that is at all.
You
I hope to
fucking
never
drama goblin.
Wait,
Tom.
real quick, Tom. Can you give me like 5 minutes to finish my convo with Erudite, and then you can chat about whatever.
Oh, this is important.
Yeah, well, it was about a
That's
it was
okay.
about a
Go ahead,
preeminent
go ahead.
Israeli
Go ahead.
historian that I just had on my stream, so I just wanted to like,
Loser! That guy sucks dick
Tom.
in the fucking
Yikes.
streets. Okay, bye.
Yikes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, sorry. Was there anything else, or did you have any feedback or comments, or?
Not feedback. I mean, I thought the conversation was really interesting. It was like, I feel like I learned a lot, actually. Obviously, you've been researching it, so you probably... Did you learn anything? Like, was there anything that changed your mind in the whole conversation?
Not really, no. There was like a little bit more information. No, that's what I was saying. I was like, I'm pretty sure that most of our stuff is like pretty aligned. Yeah, that was kind of the unfortunate part. I don't think so. Unless Jack can think of something, but yeah.
So nothing changed your perspective on anything. Is there any nuggets that you feel like were really helpful to, like, your understanding of the situation that you think you can like utilize in people's understanding?
Nope.
And you read it? Nothing. So it's a waste of 2 hours.
I wouldn't say it was a waste. It was nice to talk to him, to know that there was nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, imagine you think you have cancer and you do like an MRI or something. There's no cancer. It's like, wow, what a waste. There was no cancer. It's like, well, no, I think that's good. Oh, actually, I did learn one thing. I didn't know this because people talk about the Ottomans backstabbing the Arabs or the British backstabbing the Arabs. I didn't know that during World War I. I just assumed that like all the Arabs like sat that war out because they were going to backstab on behalf of the British. But apparently most of them still fought in World War I against the British, and it was just a couple families that did it. So that was, yeah. That was
okay, yeah.
But
I feel like what was interesting was your guys' conversation about like Palestinian identity. Do you feel like you would... Because you said 67, he said 48, as far as like when the Palestinian identity was actually like strongly formed. And then you guys kind of had like a laugh off. Did he say anything actually about Norman Finkelstein? I know he laughed about it.
I just asked him about Norman and Rashid Khalidi, but I don't want to like, I don't really want to bring on a historian and then just have like trash other people that seem like kind of tacky, so I didn't ask him much. I thought about going into like scholarship related stuff, but again, I didn't want to just have him here like trash somebody else as much.
Man, academics love trash talking about academics. I guess so.
Well,
love that shit. Especially the other academics. Okay. And so, would you say then you still hold that like Palestinian identity wasn't even like strongly formed until like 67, or because he was viewing it 48? He didn't convince you, or what are your thoughts about that?
I think if we would have dived into it more, it felt like we probably would have agreed that it like started maybe in the 20s or 40s, but that the main contention isn't necessarily when it started, it's what caused it. And the pro-Palestinian side argues that Palestinian national identity has existed for centuries, and me and Benny's argument is that it really only existed in contradiction to the Israeli identity, or as a reaction to the Israeli identity. And Benny seemed to believe that because he was saying in the 20s or 40s, during the war, that's when it started. I feel like it didn't come until later. We could hash out like specifically exactly when it like happened. I think he said it started to be formed in either the 20s or the 40s, but I mean, we roughly agree on the idea that like, or I believe we do, that like Palestinian national identity formed in response to the Israeli one. It wasn't really there beforehand, so I didn't feel like it was worth like hashing out the specifics about it much. That's kind of the more important part.
Interesting. I don't actually know my like Middle Eastern history super well, but do you know how much like tribal identity? Because obviously Palestine and Palestinian concepts go back to like, ancient literature. There's like writings about it, like biblically and in hadiths and stuff like that. Is that like a different people group, or how does all of these things? Because and this might not be just maybe my lack of understanding, right? But like Jordanians are both like kind of new. I don't actually know much of the history of Jordan, but is Palestine, was it just like a group of tribes? I know that they're Aram and Muslim.
I think most of the
Shia
stuff
as
was
well?
arranged around like tribal stuff and like royal family stuff. I'm pretty sure that's how most of it was arranged.
Okay.
Because there
Okay,
weren't
so
really,
then-
like, keep in mind, like, all the country borders there basically just got drawn up randomly by the Brits.
Yeah, the Brits.
Yeah.
I guess when you look back in the like Old Testament stories reference Palestinians, is this the same Aryan people group? And
No,
then how do
no,
you
that's
compare?
never been historically a thing.
At all?
Never, no. Well, I mean, at all. Like, there's like a general region here that people got, but the idea that there was like a cohesive people of Palestine that like was a specific region that are the borders of Israel and Palestine is not true. But there's always been groups of people that have been like around here. So. You know.
Okay. Any other thoughts? You want me to try to get Ash line for you?
If you
I
can, that would
really
be
want to get
amazing.
Norman. I want to get Norman.
You can, if you want to try to get Norman, you can. For Abby, wait until the video goes up on YouTube, because
I
Benny
will.
Morris, I think, is a pretty well-respected Israeli historian. So hopefully, seeing that I had like a cordial conversation with him for a couple hours can turn other people on to the desire to have the conversation as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. And then, oh God, imagine if we could get Norman on bridges. That would be so fun. I doubt we can, but I doubt he'd come on for that long. But... Okay, well, sorry, I didn't mean to destroy you and your time with Steven Turkey Tom.
No problem. All right, have fun. Be
taking a
careful.
nap.
Way more important than this boring Jew shit. Thank
Wow,
you. Appreciate
yikes.
that.
Oh, you're about to talk about other Jew shit. You're literally just about to talk about other Jew shit.
Listen, just because he's Jewish doesn't mean he's a Jew, okay? It's not like that.
Alright,
Thank you. Alright, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
It was fun. I always like to knock people down a couple pegs who are arrogant as fuck and aren't used to having people shit on them, so I enjoyed it.
So my big question about Aiden is how famous actually is he? Because I see his numbers, like for example, I go to his Kick. According to Kick stats, his peak viewers in the past 30 days are 120,000 live, which I think would make him the biggest streamer in the world, would it? I mean, that is a lot, right? Close to it, at least.
On Kick, yeah.
Yeah. But I go to his YouTube channel, and he's getting like 100 to 200,000 views a video. So there seems to be a big sort of disparity there between the amount of people that are watching him live and the amount of people that watch him after the fact. And I feel like that's probably I mean, Aiden kind of alluded to this on stream as well, but is there some sort of bot thing going on Kick to this day that's like persistent?
Okay. Here's a lot of issues, okay? Ready? You can figure out how to weigh these appropriately. I don't know how to weigh these all appropriately, okay? Here's a lot of things to keep in mind, okay? Number one, right off the top, there is a lot of people that bot everything. It's ubiquitous in some of these communities, especially in communities with men with no honor or integrity who are desperately looking for clout and attention. So people like Sneeko, when you go on their Instagrams and you see that they've got like 3 million followers but like 8 pictures, it's probably because they deleted every other picture and they're paying to boost the engagement on every single one so that it matches their follower count. But the followers aren't generally real. They're not really that popular, right? You're gonna tell me that these people are like hitting like A-list celebrity penetration.
Is that not a form of like fraud? Because if they're getting advertisers and stuff, like let's say they do a sponsorship and the advertisers under the impression they're going to hit that many people, and it's all bots. I mean, shouldn't these people be held legally liable if they're like just inflating their numbers?
No, because once the advertisers do 1 or 2 deals, they'll realize that it's all bullshit. Also, you can never prove that they actually botted it. They could just say, well, somebody else botted it, right?
Once again, I just don't understand the botting from like a long-term, sort of perspective. I mean, these people, Aiden Ross wants to have like a long career on YouTube or Kick, whatever.
Does he?
I assume. I mean, I think. No.
Not to sound like mean or derogatory towards young people, because I know you're a fellow young person. But for a lot of
Go
these
ahead.
people, right, they only see like in like 3 to 4 year horizons, right? The idea of having a career spanning 10 plus years is kind of out of reach of most people. They're not even thinking about that.
Well then, what the fuck would the plan be? Like, what is he gonna do with himself?
Well, when you
after-
bot, you've got bigger numbers. It looks good, right? I don't want to be some loser on Twitter with like 200,000 followers. I want to have 1 million followers. So you bottom up, you look good, and then you tweet, and then more people see you with 1 million followers, and then you create like a. Have you ever? Do you know what busking is?
No.
Sometimes you go out and play for money with a horn. You go out to the street, you play, you open your case, you throw in like $30 on your own because when people see money in there, they want to donate more money. Yeah, and then they do. Yeah, and I think streamers are the same. It's why they fake donos. It's why they bot engagement. Because if you've got one guy with 1,000 viewers and another guy with 10, you're gonna watch a guy with 1,000 viewers, even if his real viewership is only 5. But like now he gets another real viewer because he's got the numbers. So a lot of people do that. I think. I know a lot of OnlyFans girls that do it. A lot of streamers that do it. Yeah.
But eventually, the real viewers are just gonna run out within just a few years, and they're only gonna be left with the bots. They're gonna be, just at the fucking bottom. I mean, even Aiden Ross. I mean, someone who, I'd say probably a year ago he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of on a downward trend now. Once again, like this guy is like way more famous than I am, right? Way more famous. His name alone carries a lot of weight. He has 4 million subscribers on YouTube. His channel is like doing the same as my second channel, which has like not even 300,000 subscribers. And I don't know if it's more difficult to bot on YouTube. Again, like this guy is like way more famous than I am. Last few years, and they're only gonna be left with the bots. They're gonna be, just at the fucking bottom. Even Aiden Ross. Someone who, I'd say probably a year ago he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of on a downward trend now. Once again, like this guy is like way more famous than I am, right? Way more famous. His name alone carries a lot of weight. He has 4 million subscribers on YouTube. His channel is like doing the same as my second channel, which has like not even 300,000 subscribers. And I don't know if it's more difficult to bot on YouTube, so maybe that's why. But it just doesn't seem like there's as much interest in these guys. It seems like a lot of it is completely inflated, basically.
Maybe, but that's one aspect, was the botting part. A second aspect is viewership can be hyper-specific to certain types of platforms, and it's worth noting that as well. You could have somebody that legitimately has 5 million real followers on TikTok that have enjoyed TikTok things in the past, and either one, they've stopped watching because TikTok fans are very transient, they come and go, or two, they like watching the short-form content on TikTok, but when this person posts YouTube videos, they get 5,000 views. And it might just be the fact that that audience doesn't translate very well from TikTok over to YouTube.
Well, TikTok is so fleeting. So obviously that's one example. TikTok is. Like a million views on TikTok may as well be like one person in a room watching you. Like most of those people probably just swipe past and click on your shit on accident. But if you look at the translation from, let's say, like a streaming site to YouTube, let's take someone like Asmongold, who is a pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, right? Someone like XQC, pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, and he's certainly doing way better than Aiden is. And that's across the board for all these guys. And then you have Aiden Ross, who, supposedly is getting an average of 50,000 viewers live, which I think is higher than both the people I just named. And he's peaking at 120,000, 130,000 live, which is astronomical numbers. Like, I don't know. I don't know if most of the top streamers in the world ever hit that number. Like, he is so up there.
Yeah. And
yet you go to his YouTube and it's just fucking dead. His Twitter is popping whenever he tweets once in a blue moon. His Instagram gets a bunch of likes, but he doesn't really post there much either. But then you go to his YouTube channel, and you'd think like even just the name Aiden Ross in the title should be getting like an unreal amount of views in my mind. At least 1 million a video, right?
Yeah, possibly. But then again, there's two questions. One is we don't know how much of his other platforms are botted. Number one, and then number two, it's still hard to tell how much of a carryover there is from his audience from one platform to the next. Right?
I know it's hard to tell, but I know it should be more. I know
it's possible. I wouldn't bank on that being incredibly obvious. I would say that. There were a lot of streamers that had 30, 40, 50,000 viewers that put almost no effort into their YouTubes. So you'd have people with 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, and you check their YouTubes. I just checked Mizkivs. He's pulling like 3 million views a month. That's not much.
That's
at all.
fair, but Aiden's team clearly. They're putting out like a half-hour to 40-minute video once or twice a week on his YouTube channel, so it's pretty consistent uploads, and it's every single one is with like a popular person. So it'll be like Aiden Ross goes on with iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is super famous. You think that would do better? Only 300,000 views in 2 weeks. Another one with iShowSpeed, 250K in 2 weeks. Aiden Ross and Tfue. That one has 120K views. Aiden Ross visits Drake's mega mansion. Okay, Drake's house. 160K. Like it just doesn't seem to add up in my mind that these are the numbers these people are getting, and so I can only assume that Aiden Ross's name actually means way less to the average person than I initially thought, or maybe just than it did a year ago. Because even a year ago, I mean, his channel was doing way better. He was, averaging close to 1 million.
Sure. All possible things, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's just completely fallen off. But
well,
I was
maybe.
also under the impression that he was popular, kind of not because of the red pill thing. I mean, he did come up with that, but I mean, he was popular before that for like LeBron James' sons or whatever, playing with him on fucking GTA and all that stuff, hanging out with rappers, celebrities. I don't know, maybe Ice Spice twerked on him a little bit. So that kind of stuff probably. I mean, in my mind, he had more longevity than someone like Sneeko, who only blew up on streaming from this red pill kind of stuff.
Maybe.
And
Again,
and Sneeko
all
is like just completely shallow.
Yeah, but no. I think Sneeko has a way stronger long-term audience than Aiden Ross ever will. 100%. There's another thing that happens with Aiden Ross. All of these are factors, by the way. I'm not telling you what percentage weighs into any of them. They're just all factors I know that can influence things. Another thing with Aiden Ross you have to consider is Aiden Ross has very, 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 very high recognition because of how much time he spends like participating in other communities or like bouncing off of kind of like pop culture stuff. So whether it's with rappers or I think athletes or shit like that. So that gets him like really high name recognition, but that might not drive a lot of viewership. Another really good example of this recently might be like Nick Fuentes, seeing like Donald Trump and all of that, lots of name recognition, but doesn't always translate to high viewership because people recognize the name and see you when you're like participating with their celebs, but they're not going to ever go seek you out on their own. Another really good example of this is Pokemon. If you look at Pokemon's analytics right now, she's not really she's kind of an okay-ish size streamer, I think, like decently big. She might still pull 5-figure viewership. I'm not sure. YouTube channel's pretty dead. Socials don't get as much engagement. I think her Instagram does okay. But when you're trying to figure out like, well, what happened to Pokemon? Why does it seem like she's like so insanely popular? It's because the name recognition is really, 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 really high, but that doesn't always translate to viewership across platforms.
Yeah, well, you're right. I thought she was like way bigger than she is. She's averaging like 9,000.
Yep, less than 10,000 viewers now, basically. Yeah.
There's a big difference between views and engagement.
What do you mean by that?
I learned about this after I switched into my advertising role, that like we would go after influencers with millions of followers and even millions of views, and then we would look at the actual conversions on the back end, and there would be no sales. So one thing you could kind of look at to check, Destiny mentioned this a little bit before, was how many brand deals has Aiden had in the last 6 months? I think the number is 0.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Steak, I guess.
That doesn't count. Because essentially all
Wait, real quick.
Steak,
Does he even have a deal with Steak?
I mean, doesn't he gamble?
I don't know.
Him gambling is not the same as
wait, yes, yeah, he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to say, Devin, though, just to add to that, though. I mean, wouldn't you expect a streamer to have relatively high engagement relative to other people? Because
you would think
I
so.
mean, the audience is like the audience is like more loyal. They're all there, especially like Aiden, who's known to have like a super toxic, rabid fan base. I mean,
let me tell you a tale. So we used to believe that the conversion from Twitch calls to action would be like, it would make sense, right? Like if Destiny right now shouts out my website, you would think like some people would hit it. So that's true. That'll happen, right? Like, for example, like we shouted out the website of the Scuff podcast. I think there was something like 90,000 viewers. I take issue with Kick's quotation marks view, so we could talk about that. But let's say there was 90,000. The website at that moment got 450 hits, right? So there is this initial push, and then that's what causes us to like psychologically say, oh, like we're getting way more audience on things like Twitch and things like that. But if you actually look at the distributed stats across like YouTube, Instagram, calls to action there, YouTube is on average about 18 times more effective. So if I tell you to do something in a video, like go here, buy this thing, this is the affiliate code, you're 18 times more likely to engage with that than you are on a live stream.
That's extremely surprising to me.
I know, I was blown away. I would not have believed that if I had not.
I would think it would be completely the inverse, because in my mind, like the amount of streamers I watch is so low that if I am watching them, I'm probably an actual fan of them, and I'm going to be more engaged with what they're doing, and it's more likely I'll buy one of their products. For YouTube, like I watch a lot more YouTube, and it's also more passive, so I'll watch it in the background. I'm not necessarily a fan of that person. It's just like, oh, I'll throw this on. And I thought that's how literally everyone viewed it.
Well, I think one of the things that Destiny was just saying too was the idea of a person in someone's head is different than like having a fan and being a fan of that person. So if you look at like, if you think of like an explosion, like the ground zero would be like your core base of fans. And then everything that goes out from that might be people that are like, oh, I've heard of that person, or I have like, you know, what we call impressions. Like I have an impression of that person, meaning like they're in my headspace, but I don't really know what they do. And so I think Aiden has been attached to a lot of big activations and big people, but he himself isn't like part of that core explosion. Like he does have a dedicated fan base, but like to your point, and to Destiny's, I think it's not nearly as large as people think. Which is the case for most influencers, yeah.
Also, keep in mind that the way that people engage on certain products is a lot different too. If I were to do an ad and I were to try to sell my audience like a backpack or something, like maybe I'll get like 100 sales or something. It depends, I guess, on what kind of backpack specifically we're talking about. But even if I don't do a call to action, and even if I don't advertise a single fucking thing, if I play like a new little indie game on my stream, I might have 500 plus fans that